kind of didn't please anybody situation. Like, if you want to be, like, critical about Dwarf Fortress right now, like, that is the problem, is that the new UI has a lot of clunk. Like, it's improving. It certainly is, and I think it'll get there. But by the time it gets there, it'll be too late for a lot of the old heads, which is a shame. And I think it'll also be too late for a lot of the people that bought it on launch, because people move on very quickly from video games. Okay, I don't know what that does. But good for you, Darius. I don't know what I can do with that knowledge, but I'm glad you found the RSS feed from my YouTube channel. Hangman, thank you very much for the 8th month. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Speaking of round of beers. No, Dwarf Fortress doesn't need a huge DLC. What Dwarf Fortress needs is a big patch with a lot of achievable content. It needs a new type of building. It needs a big expansion. That's what it needs. But whenever people say it needs this, the result is, okay, when adventure mode is done. And adventure mode has been a thing that only a portion of the audience, and I'm not even talking about the current audience, I'm talking about the old audience, wants. It was always about 15% of the game that was playing adventure mode. About 15% of the audience that was playing adventure mode, based on polls and stuff that I've done over the years. So if only about 15% of the audience was even playing adventure mode to begin with, no, I completely agree with you, Cooler. I completely agree with you. It needs to be finished because it's a very integral part of the game engine. But if only a small portion of the audience wants that thing finished and even cares about it or even intends to try it, which is the case, then whenever you say, Fortress modes needs this, and the response is okay after this is done, it's sort of like the people who really like Dragon Age wanting another Dragon Age, and whenever they're asking BioWare, when are you going to make another Dragon Age, they say, after the next Mass Effect. Or the people who really like Skyrim versus the people who really like Fallout. The people who only want Fallout versus the people who only want Skyrim, right? Like, the people who really like the Elder Scrolls games are going to be like, when's the next Elder Scrolls? And they'll be like, well, it'll be after Fallout 4. Fortunately, those people tend to play both anyway. But do you kind of catch my drift here? It's like, there is a very big portion of the Dwarf Fortress audience right now who will never play adventure mode, no matter how good it is, or how good they make it. Hyperdimensional. I very, very much recommend you just watch one or two of my videos of what is in adventure mode. It's not an RPG. It's a, like, top-down exploration sandbox. It's like playing DayZ by yourself with, like, big monsters to kill and NPCs. There is no direction. The quests are very limited, and it's more about exploring a world that you've already built fortresses in, unless you're Cooler, in which case then you just explore worlds. But it's a mode about exploring and seeing the world that you've been playing in for a while from a very different perspective, and pushing the simulation of the world in different directions, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress mode is about experiencing that simulation from a very hyper-specific point of view. Adventure mode is exploring that simulation from a completely different hyper-specific point of view. Does that make sense? So, yeah. Anyway, I think Twitch chat, it's time for you guys to say hi, YouTube. I think enough of you have tuned in at this point. There's 25 people watching on YouTube, and there's, how many people do we have here on Twitch? 155 here on Twitch. Hey, Twitch, if you guys want to go, be awesome. Here's a link to the YouTube chat. If you want to boost the YouTube stream, you can do that by either looking in it or just hopping over there and hitting the like button. And also, YouTube chat, don't forget to hit the like button. There's about half the likes for the viewership, and I'm sure we can make both those numbers go up a little bit. But thanks for all the kind words. I think it's important to be critical of things that you like, but at the same time, I think that people get dramatic about things that they like. And I think that that is a negative for both the thing that they like and probably their own mental health. Where did I put my water bottle? I had a water bottle here. What the fuck? I was about to jump in game and I looked around like, where did I put my... No wonder I was getting thirsty. I left it on the counter. Okay. You're having fun causing... Oh, you're still running around in that same state? I mean, adventure mode is great. I really like adventure mode. It's just hard to explain to people why it's cool if you aren't already deep into fortress mode. And if fortress mode isn't, like, a thing that people latch onto, then you're kind of SOL on the other one. And if it's not something that people find interesting to begin with because they want things for fortress mode, then... I don't know. Silver Falcon. Thanks for the 10th month. Godly Tombs. Godly Tombs. But adventure mode is great. It's great for the same reason Legends is great. You know, there is a dwarf in this fort, who I can show you in a second, who actually knows one of my adventurers. Which is really interesting. Don't mind this mess. This is what we're going to be unfucking. But population is real schmur. But we do have some unnamed dwarves in the fort. I think the Dwarf Redemption should be available. I don't know. I don't think anybody's redeemed it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So, anyway, if it's not, let me know and I'll turn it on. But, the named dwarves in the fort are currently... The doomed souls of the fortress are... Arkansol, Azteth, Demonoid, Delpho, Drakensoul, Elfiebean, Gruntythirst, Erel the Rookie, Indiridius, Libash the Firstborn, Moldath the Lucky, Neezer, Potpourri, and Raging Cave, as well as Salva and Cybrek the Founder, Signal, and Thykut the Pathfinder, as well as UGDPY, and Vukruk and Wizard Boldman. Yeah, we'll do Norland again on the lunch day. Gotta continue with the normal stuff sometimes, hey? No, you didn't make it. I have bad news about that, Tellin. I kinda locked you in the caverns accidentally. And I think you starved to death. You want Adil? And so did your kid. Has baby Neezer been traumatized yet? One second. Also, another thing I should point out is the notable characters, which can be found by typing in !characters with an S. !characters are the notable dwarves that have done something interesting that are not named after a person in chat, who are the people that we are following. And I probably need to extend that list, actually. There's a few that we're missing. YouTube chat can get dwarfs if Twitch chat decides to gift you one. We're pretty limited on the number of dwarves, so I'm being even more strict with this fort. He is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He is sloppy with his living space and is bashful. He lives at a high energy kinetic pace and avoids exciting or stressful situations. You'll hate it here. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is stubborn. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't care about nature one way or another. He likes tin, morganite, and the color mauve, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and giant eagles for their high soaring, and when possible prefers to consume black bullhead and barley wine, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Pointless? What? What's up, Cyancorp? He is short and incredibly fat, and his long beard is braided. He's got several friends who are in the fort, which is good, including the founder, our expedition leader. Wants to craft an object and be with family. He's got a developed sense of empathy. He's never killed anything. For religions, he's part of the Chestnut Creed. Oh, it's an emote. Got it. And there we go. It's an all too common outcome. Yeah, so... forgot to do that. So this is the fort. We have made it underground, but it's still hell. And the number of, dead are climbing. And the number of zombies are not small. Fortunately, we do have a good chunk of them that are actually, in cages, so I can start disposing of them, hopefully. And unfortunately, there's a ghost on the surface, so I need to deal with that. The dwarves that die, or that become zombies, when their zombies die, they then, after the fact, need to be ghosted, memorialized, which is kind of a pain. But when dwarves, cease to be alive, I have to do that anyway, so let me just get caught up here. Did Odom... You do have a slab engraved. Okay, let's get that placed, and we're in an ad on Twitch. When the ad is done, I will unpause the game. Let's just plop it right there. Oh, I've got a bunch that I need to place, so we'll do those. It's an evil biome. It's the one made about the biome that is insta-death, which I put up a video a couple of days ago, which has a kind of a clickbaity title called This Embark is Insane or whatever. That video kind of covers the discovery of this embark, and it is something. Silver, it is something. It's a bugged biome that has a good biome that is serene on the base, and somewhere above it is an evil biome with evil weather. There was also 20 Titan shrines in a very small area, and 6 of them I put on are on our embark spot. That's hard to say. So if I scroll down through here, there's 4 of them still alive, and 3 of them still alive, and 1 of them still alive, and 2 of them are zombies. So it's not just an evil biome, it's a capital A evil biome. So, yes. And if you'd like this save file, it is linked in the description of that particular video that I made on this biome, if you'd like to try and survive here. It's pretty cool, actually. It's as a weird challenge biome, it's kind of fun, actually. To the point where I wish that there was more people interested in, sharing forts and, trying to survive in weird locations. But I'm trying to get water pressure going and functioning with mixed success. If I actually go up, where was this whole thing connected? I actually can't even remember. Yeah, okay, it's right here. I'm trying to just keep this running. It might actually just be running now. If it is, that's great. I'm not entirely positive it is, but I'll have to keep an eye on it. Nope. Yeah, so I screwed up, essentially. I should have made this just go in a straight line off the map, but I decided to just make it drain. And the game isn't convinced that this has any kind of flow to it. So what I need to do is I could just gimmick this. Should I gimmick this, chat? Because what I could do... You need to cut a hole first. Oh, I've done that. Trust me, I'm way ahead of you there. No, the problem is they're just it's not registering flow when it's full, because when it pours off the edge, it loses flow. I could have done this in a way that it would have worked, but I didn't. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and use drawbridges to make an infinite loop. That's where yours didn't work. I gotcha. Yeah, no, there's definitely a open space there. Okay, so we're getting those ghosts put to rest, which is good. Also, as a reminder to people in chat, this goes for Twitch chat and YouTube chat. If you don't read my blog, I have gotten rid of my no backseating rule. But I still reserve the right to ignore you. So, just a heads up. We've got dwarves constructing buildings. We're trying to get the last of these memorials placed. And as for the fort itself, well, let's just move up and I will show you the fort. So this is the front door right here. It's a lovely little hole in the ground. And it kind of goes down to the trade depot. We haven't successfully traded yet, and I haven't seen the traders in a few years. I'm starting to think we won't. And it goes down to about here, which then goes into here where all the bedrooms are. There's a tiny little tavern over here that's getting real muddy. This is a tiny little library, and we have a tiny little crappy office for the founder dwarf, who's kind of our acting mayor right now, even though we don't have one, where I'm trying to make him a table and a chair. So at least he can have, like, you know, slightly better office. And then that's the tavern, obviously. We've got some farming going on down in the bottom. We do have a small military. It's not huge. We have been getting attacked by the cavern creatures. And I'm just noticing that I used to have a dog here who is now gone. All right, time to put a goose there. This is my watchtower. And then over here on the top, this is the other exit. As you can see, based on all of the bodies here, we had a bit of a struggle. So I'm trying to work on bettering up this area as a form of defense so that we can actually use it as defenses. There are no natural metals on the map, so all of the metal I have is stuff that I brought with. And yes, the strangle zombie is still there. And Ellis Anisis, I'm not going to talk about the strangle zombie all the time because, one, I made a YouTube short about it, and two, it's just doing the same thing, man. It's just doing this. It's still trying to strangle that weasel. It's been several years. Forgotten beasts aren't that bad. Well, yeah, it's totally possible to survive. Like, you can survive in hell, like in the bottommost secret layer that is air quotes spoilers. And good morning. No banner flags. Can you groan flood in hell? You know what should be a... You know, you guys just gave me a really bad idea. You guys want to know my really bad idea? What if the goal of this fort is to release hell onto the surface and say, fuck the surface? Just make it actually hell. I mean, it's a super shallow map. So digging it wouldn't take that long. The surface is layer 48. I think the bottom is 13. Yeah. So the magma sea is like 20. It's only like 20 levels. Because the whole point would just be like preserving the dwarves we do have and then avoiding the actual hell wave. How many titans are still alive? Technically one, but there's 3 with legs that are still moving around. Well, 2 of them are just zombies.
Yay.
Yay, Red Dog. Thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a round of beers for both YouTube and Twitch? And if you're watching the YouTube stream and you don't want to type, it's okay. You can just hit the party button because you have that. I wish I could customize the emojis that were on that because then I could put beers. All right, just double checking everybody has a bedroom. Yes, everybody has a bedroom. All right, so let's focus on this first because I need power. And the way I'm going to do that is wait for this to drain and then put a second bridge in front of this. Wait until these start spinning, close both bridges. And then when it closes both bridges, that will, you know, keep them spinning indefinitely. You have Crypt Burr. You don't currently have beer, but you can BER. Because your sub appears to have run out banner flags. Does anyone know when you breach hell if any of the demons will get released, bind themselves to a slab if you retire and abandon? I want to say that's on the many list of bad features. Or not bad features. Unfinished features. Planned features, that's the word I was looking for. DF just got an update? I beg your pardon? I don't see one. me just check. 33 minutes ago. Apparently it did. What was in it? Yeah, a bunch of beta branch stuff. I was told that there would likely be an update this week, but it was probably I heard it was gonna either be tomorrow or Friday.
Now I can crypt beer for real.
There you go. Oh shit, 6 months in advance. Thanks a ton, dude. Thanks for the 8th month. Welcome back. Okay, so we're on beta 18. Got like a 7 megabyte patch. Yeah, okay. Well, then that's... Linux makes it kind of hard to tell if you're getting patches for games because... Yeah, no, I see it, yeah. Because whenever I start it, it updates Proton. Which makes it look like things are patching more often than they are. I don't know. I don't see any patch notes. I also haven't gotten any DMs from KitFox. I'll DM Alexandra. Asking about patch notes. Nope, all I have is spam from AliExpress, who I've blocked dozens of times now! Grr. I also didn't look. Is it beta 19 or something, or is it still beta 18? I didn't even look. Probably just jump back to the main menu. Yeah, it is beta 19. Huh. I'm just going to do this real quick. Real quick. Frogfire, thanks for the 40th month. Welcome back. Probably still just going to play Fort mode, but just take a real quick peek because I'm curious. Also because I'm... Oops. Also because I'm not in compatibility mode. I'm on Proton, meaning it'll probably just crash. Or I'm not on Proton, meaning it'll probably just crash. Companions. That's still the same. Quest log still coming soon. Combat. Track with nearby objects. Visibility. Still the same. Yeah, I don't know what's different. Everything looks the same. Don't see anything on the overworld. I mean, didn't Assume Identity work last week? I have a feeling it's about to crash. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Happy to help, Idston. I mean, it's possible. Anyway. You can track view on the map. Oh, they added track view. Okay. No, I mean, sorry for breaking it to you, but I think we just noticed that that is, in fact, not the case. Sorry. I mean, here, let's go look at the map real quick. Yeah, who knows? I mean, what's funny is, like, sometimes I'll DM Putnam and be like, there was a patch today. Any idea what's in it? And she'll be like, there was a patch today? Which is always just kind of funny. Nope, that still says coming soon on my screen. I mean, cloud view still works. That's still the same. Nope, no combat icons. Wait, what? No, there is. There's directional combat icons. That's something that's new. See? It shows what direction people are moving. The green arrow things. Yeah, it's indicating the direction that they're going to move next. So that's cool. I mean, it's not... It's a massive quality of life thing. The speed indicator here is new. Does it indicate on the UI? No. Well, I mean, it's pretty huge, but it's small in the noticeability line of thing. Or like, it's not something people are gonna notice much. So that's kind of cool. Is there an encumbrance stat? Does it say that you're over encumbered? I mean, you always could. Realize it just crashed again. Still doesn't run on Linux. But. All right, well, that's cool. Combat indicators. Well, Vuckrock, I know what encumbrance means, and I know what burden means. Is there a UI indicator stating that you're overburdened? Is what I'm asking you. Because you're in a situation, in a playthrough right now, where you might actually have that information. I don't. I guess I could continue active game maybe and see if I have an adventurer still alive. It had a burden stat in your inventory screen. Okay. Let's look. Gwumble. Sorry if I seem like grumbly about that, but okay, yeah, that's neat. That's good to know. It's nice that you can see that. I feel like it should be down here, but it just crashed. Yeah, as you can see, it runs very well on Linux. Yeah, anyway. Maybe we'll do adventure mode on Friday. No, that's fine. Same with most people, freeways. But yeah, you've always been able to do tavern brawls. You can just like appear and just start punching people for no reason. And so many legendary goblins. It's pretty easy to tell when you're overburdened when you just like stare at it, because you move one tile and everything moves 5. It's like, I don't know. It's a pretty hefty indicator. But yeah, I guess we'll do that then. I'll get a video up for tomorrow morning on it, and because let's be honest, I think there's more people right now that want to watch Fortress mode than Adventure mode. At least until Adventure mode is ready to go. Because currently, it's kind of not yet. It'll get there eventually. Wait, what? Oh, it's because there's a stairway there, right? So I need that to drain, basically. So these dwarves need a break. So that's probably what I'm going to give them the most right now, is just a break. I don't allow any. So it's personal preference, really, when it comes to a good amount of entertainers and whatnot. And well, it's not that I don't allow any. I generally don't allow any because right now the theft mechanic needs a pretty heavy rebalance. Because like if you make a artifact, instantly half of the world claims it as theirs, and then you just have to defend it from every single possible person who could want it in the entire world. And I don't like doing that. Some people don't mind it. I don't super enjoy doing that. So I actually just kind of ignore that you can even have visitors, generally. So I don't really have a general rule of thumb for that, no. But if you want to allow them, what I'll say is don't actually accept them until they've been there for a month and make sure that they're not a were creature. And if you do start accepting them, have a public dormitory where they can sleep, because if you don't have a public dormitory, then they won't have anywhere they can sleep. And if they don't have anywhere they can sleep, they'll slowly go nuts. What are you doing here, Dwarf? Aside from being stressed. What story are you telling? The dwarf Elfie Bean became the manager of the fetid cradle. Also, could somebody in Twitch chat please type in the command characters, please? Because I need to go search by the rookie. Okay, so we've got the founder, the lucky, the firstborn, and the pathfinder. So the rookie needs to be added. The rookie got kills because the rookie ran in as a recruit and just kicked ass against a bunch of cavern invaders. I mean, hey, that's kind of what I was hoping for. And Aztec Sweetfeet was real good at dodging. Libash, the firstborn, should be obvious. And, Errol, the rookie. And Hangair wants you to post Beers chat. Exactly. See, OG's got it. So we've got these very upset dwarves. Because I'm probably not going to get any more migrants, we have to keep them happy. So the next little bit is going to be focused as heavily as possible on making these dwarves happy. That is the #1 priority and the priority of the highest importance, just in general. So yeah, I guess chat, keep an eye on your emails because supposedly there will be a newsletter going out if you happen to subscribe to the Kit Fox newsletter. Oi. Blah. Even though you suck at Dwarf Fortress, you can't help but love it. Dwarf Fortress is a game about sucking at it. If you're great at Dwarf Fortress, it becomes a lot less interesting. Unless you are somebody who likes just mathing out and sciencing games. If you're the sort of person to, like, dig super deep into mechanics, it's awesome in that way, but not many people are into that, as I've found. Somebody wanted me to check in on their dwarf. Who was that? I think it was one of the kids, right? Yeah, it was Baby Neezer. Isn't too stressed. Does need some clothing, though. Is running around without a shirt. So, I think I'm going to just check cloth real quick. And let's just say... What shirts are everybody wearing? Dresses. A lot of dresses. Let's make 10 cloth dresses. Cloth dress. 10. Let's make cloth socks. 10. Cloth trousers. 10. And cloth loincloths. 10. And I'm just going to do this. I'm going to try and do it seasonally. We'll see. Yeah, no, losing is definitely fun. The only point where I push back against the losing is fun monic here is under the whole digging too deeply in hell stuff. Because personally, I feel like it should, like, the community shouldn't be so anal, I guess, about not telling people that if you do in fact dig too deep, it will just kill your fort. Vast majority of the time, if you do it the first time, like your fort will just insta-die, and that to me isn't fun. But a lot of people like to disagree with me. After No Moria got discontinued? Man, No Moria is such a goddamn shame. Holy phone notifications. I refilled my meds today at my pharmacy, which means they sent me a text, they sent me an email, and the app sent me a push notification. And they don't all come in at once. My phone just got all of them. That game is no more. Well, Innomia still exists. But let's look at Neezer and see how Neezer is doing properly. Innomia is the open source rebuild, but it's not quite the same because it's quite far behind. So Dilfo is best friends with Neezer. They're close friends. Vukruk and Moldath, mom and dad, still alive, and his older brother Labash is also still alive. The firstborn, of course, and does have several other passing acquaintances. Fortunately, I don't think this child has ever had anything too horrifyingly scarring happen. Just loud noises made it impossible to sleep, which was probably just mining. So, V-noob question: what can cause? Okay, hold on. From V in the YouTube chat, a noob question: what can cause can't aquifer something need want in dwarves? Okay, what can cause can't acquire? Oh, I see. Acquire, not aquifer. What can cause can't acquire and need something want in dwarves? You can't fulfill all of the needs of all of your dwarves all of the time, period. Like, this dwarf wants to be with family. This dwarf has no family. I can't fulfill that need, right? This dwarf wants to acquire an object. Okay, make some clothing. It's probably a pretty good way to solve acquire object. If they want to fight, all right, put them in the military and send them out to fight something. If they want to wander, let them go explore things. So put them in a squad and send them to locations off map, or just give them free time. Yeah, it just took me a second to decipher it, but we got there. We got there. That's a lot of it. Is you can't fulfill everything, but you can fulfill enough, right? I think that this UI is kind of poorly written right now, because like this dwarf has all that they need. They're focused. That is like the optimal situation for a dwarf. This dwarf still has lots of unmet needs, right? Like I have unmet needs right now. I need a back massage, a 6-pack of beer, free lunch, a pay raise, and a nap in that order. And well, I can't get those, right? And Dwarf Fortress is kind of trying, air quotes, to simulate that a little bit. And in some ways it succeeds, and in some ways it just makes people confused because they think that dwarves need things that they can't actually get. I don't know. I don't agree with that. Hyperdimensional. I think the information should be available if you want it. Just kind of eludes you. That's why adventure mode is cool. It's 10 because it lets you control one character in combat, and like I saw this a lot in Twitch chat. I don't know if this goes for the YouTube chat as well. But a lot in Twitch chat, when the Adventure Mode beta came out, a lot of people were like, wow, I like this combat a lot more now. I got that a lot in the chat. Sweet Feet is quite an upset little dwarf, so we're going to follow him for a little bit. He is satisfied at work. He likes his job a lot, but he's very lonely after being away from family. He doesn't have any family, but perhaps he could, like, get together with somebody. Like, if he could get together with Cybrek or someone, that could be good. Right now, everybody mostly is running around either making clothing or getting new clothing, which is good. I mean, it's gonna help replace the needs for certain types of clothes. As you can see, they're currently making shirts and whatnot. Hopefully, this dwarf claims stuff. Although maybe I should just get him to. You know, why don't we just make silk shirt? We'll just do 10 of those, not on repeat. Got a little bit of extra stuff. He was going to go attend a meeting, and then he didn't because he's going to go eat instead because he's hungry. I think that a lot of people's disconnects with dwarves is they just presume that they can work 24/7 for all eternity forever. They can't. They're really bad at that. Getting dwarves to work 24/7 ad nauseum forever, they will go crazy. They need socialization. They need crafting. They need breaks. And their needs are pretty deep in that way that can be daunting. Especially for people that are used to having all the bars full and everybody smiley in all video games. I ate in a dining room. This could be bliss, says Labash. Well, at least the kid's happy. Although, literally just has a shirt on. Oh, you're 3 years old. You should probably go get some pants, kiddo. Should probably go get some pants. Like, chat, if you were to say, like, what is your biggest problems with current Dwarf Fortress? Maybe this would be, like, I don't know if that would be an interesting video to make, or if there's any reason to even, like, look at making a video like that, which is just, like, critiquing current Dwarf Fortress. I don't know. I don't really want to encourage that, though, which is the problem, I guess. No, they don't care about material so much. They care about types of clothes. So if a dwarf is used to having pants, socks, shoes, gloves, shirt, and a cap, if you stop making caps, they'll be upset. That's where they'll get cranky. So if dwarves are used to wearing, like what this dwarf has, Vukruk, they have gloves, socks, shoes, cap, loincloth, trousers, shirt, right? If you stop making shirts, if you stop making trousers, or if you stop making loincloths, we're in trouble, because they'll just wear them until they rot off their body and then they get real upset. It's hard for you to keep track of individual dwarves and learn their stories. That's why I always recommend main character systems. Basically, like, name dwarves that are interesting to you. I'm copying this so I can just queue up the clothes that we are used to having. Name dwarves, names that you'll remember. Let's go cloth. What was that, gloves? Yeah, gloves. Name dwarves, names that you'll remember, and don't worry about the rest. When things happen, that's horrific. But hey, if it works. Biggest problem with DF is you make a fort, and then I see one of your forts, and I dislike mine because it doesn't look as cool. Ooh. How do I remedy that? I don't even know. And then YouTube chat again. The reason I asked that question is I have one haggard dwarf that has acquire object C family in red and orange, and he has killed at least 20 dwarves. Okay, so have you ever heard of the term, well, I don't know if this is a term, but I'm going to make up a term right now. Too far gone to even fucking try and save? I would just put that dude in prison and drop a brick on his head. That dwarf's fucked. And probably better if he's a pancake than a dwarf. But as far as acquire object goes, check his clothes. Because the fastest way to fix acquire object is simply make the clothing that is damaged on their bodies right now. So they have damaged shoes, they have damaged socks, they all have damaged gloves. Just make some clothing shops and try and get a clothing industry up and running. Or by making a bunch of crafts. And the worst one is an orphan child and you can't exile her? I mean, losing is fun. I would recommend releasing 4 forgotten beasts into your fort and laughing maniacally. Sometimes it's better to become Armok and just fucking hit the eject button. But I think for your next fort, work on preventative measures, which is what I'm trying to do right now, right? Like, I've got a number of dwarves here that are very upset. I'm trying to make these dwarves less upset. Because if they stay this upset, this fort isn't going to have a chance. If they don't stay this upset, we'll have a chance. Like right now, they're all running and getting new clothing, which is massively fulfilling the acquire object need, right? So they go over here. Pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item. I think you just got new pants, eh? Yeah, new pants. Dwarves generally seem to prioritize any tasks available rather than keeping themselves happy. Yeah, they prioritize work over play. I mean, as somebody who has a bad habit of, if I don't, like, monitor myself working, like, 70 hours a week, I feel that. And, you know, hustle mindset, right? So it's up to the player to intentionally limit the number of jobs available so that dwarves can take breaks. I mean, Catman and Robin, a lot of that stuff, like the arrows and symbols on the dwarves, if there's brown arrows pointing down, it means that they are lying down. If they have the little upset symbol above their head, the little red face, it means that they're like angry. They have little rainbows. It's kids and they're playing. The Zeds are pretty obviously. Like these mean that they're lying down. Adventure mode has more of them. That could be a video I could do at some point once that is fully implemented, but it's not quite there yet. Chat, do you guys have a particular named dwarf that you would like me to follow? I can sort by mood if you want. Like Arkansas's getting happier. Drakensol's pretty upset. The Sweet Feet, the Tavern Keeper, is improving slowly. Pathfinder is, yes. The Chief Medical Dwarf was followed by a ghost for a bit, and I think has just been standing in this is the temple, right? No, this is the guild hall. Has just been standing in the guild hall for a while, which I should probably make nicer. But I think we'll follow... well, actually, he might just not move. Let's see. Do you want to acquire object? How's your clothing doing? Clothing is improving. May go try and acquire an object. Oh, there we go. We'll follow... We'll watch this dwarf for a little bit, and then I think we'll... Yeah, she's remembering her bedroom. We'll jump from this one over to UGDPY. Anonymous, thanks for gifting out 2 subscriptions. Appreciate you. Also, hey, Fidelicor, by the way. Hammer time indeed. And also, hi, Lord Walnut and Hyperdimensional. How do you get dwarves to claim items like amulets or rings? If they're greedy, they'll just claim them, and that's easy. Or if they really need an item, like this dwarf does, they'll just claim them. But the easy way to make them claim it, which is funny because some people have told me I'm wrong with this, but I guarantee you I'm not, is build a stockpile for them. Because when they're hauling them to a stockpile, they have a chance to claim it. So if it just sits in the workshop for forever, build a stockpile for them. Just for crafts, right? Just for crowns, rings, etc. And then put bins in that stockpile. Because then when they load the bins, they have another chance to claim them. And then if nobody claims them by the time they make it into the bins, then you sell the bins and move on to the next round. Or alternatively, if you made metal bins, you could then melt the bins down. And then all the items will get dumped out of the bin, and then they do it again and repeat the cycle. Another way you can do this is you can make a minecart that slowly loads up items into the minecart. Then the minecart goes around a little loop, unloads them into a different stockpile using the minecart, and then fills into another minecart, and then goes around a little loop to the first stockpile. And just make them go in a loop like that. Because then they're constantly unloading and loading. There. Of course they get mad at wooden bins. Since when is metal made of wood? They don't mind trading for metal items. What they don't like is trading for metal weapons. The dwarf is trying to attend a meeting with the founder. Can a society function without loyalty? We must be able to have faith in each other. At least you have friends. That's a good sign. Are you... Okay, so you're conducting the meeting. Fortunately, he wakes up in a good mood. Conducts a bunch of meetings and then leaves. Where did the Pathfinder go? Got distracted. Okay, okay, you did cry on somebody in charge. That's good. I didn't see their sprite stick around, so... Well, at least they're listening to poetry now and getting to watch performance, which is good. While they're stressed, they're still savable. Once they hit Haggard, you can't save them, so... I don't think that pisses them off, though. Like, I could be wrong, but I'm mostly positive that they'll trade for metal items. Although, I could be wrong here. I'm pretty sure they do, though. Pretty sure they do. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely they do, Travenoid. That I do know for a fact. I'll be honest, when I trade with elves, I trade them cave spider silk and pigtail cloth. Like, exclusively. So. Ineffective, but pretty metal, Jago. All right, let's jump over to UGD, who's also upset. Oopsies, I don't want to expel you. Wrong button. Is focused, though, which is good. And isn't currently in the military, but does have a decent amount of skills in it. I may toss him back into the military in a little bit and give him another opportunity to train, because he's just very rusty. And he wants that martial training. Weren't you just stressed a second ago? Okay, he just lost his stressed icon, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm going crazy. Haggard is... I don't think you can get rid of Haggard. I've had dwarves stop being angry face with Haggard, but I don't think you can actually get rid of Haggard properly. So what I'm working on right now is I want to get this functioning, which we're getting close, to doing the thing that I'm going to do to make it function. Once it's functioning, I'm going to convert part of this tavern into a barracks, and then get them training. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. And by get them training, I mean get the whole fortress training. So what I'm doing is I'm removing a section of this this tavern, adding this in the middle here, so it's now a barracks, and then connecting it to the tavern. So it's now part of the Creative Pumpkin, even though it's a barracks. So they can still dance in there, they can still sing in there, they can still use it for poetry and all of their tavern activities, but it's technically a place where I can get dwarves training. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game that you can make as difficult for yourself as you want, or as easy for yourself as you want. It's a sandbox. There's been various points in the game's history where it's been extremely difficult, and there's been points in the game's history where it's not too difficult. Currently, it's at a not too difficult point, but there still are ways to make the game really hard. I don't think the game is benefited by being hard. I think it's obtuse enough already, and I think the game being intentionally mean is just kind of shitty. But you can absolutely play the games in ways that makes it very difficult. So if you want the game to be difficult, you can make it difficult for yourself. If you don't want it to be difficult, you don't have to make it difficult. Settle right next to a necromancer tower and dig down to the third cavern layer and try and build your fort there. Have fun. You know, like, if you want the game to be hard, it's all about where you settle and where you build your fort and how you build your fort. Because you can absolutely make a completely impenetrable fortress, and I think that's one of the strengths of the game. Because, you know, some games have like a peaceful mode, right? Where you can just turn off combat. Dwarf Fortress sort of has that, but what it really has is it has basically difficulty governed by your settling location. So if you want a difficult game, it can be a difficult game. If you don't want a difficult game, it doesn't have to be. Why do you ask, GP? I mean, gemstones can work, yeah. If you want to give them something like gemstones that costs you less of a rare resource, unless you just have tons of gemstones, is just make rock crafts and sell them the rock crafts. Or make polished stones and sell them those. Also, if you have a talented trader, items show up as red in the trading list when you're trading with elves. So if you're trading with elves and you have a trader who's good at trading, those items become red if the elves won't like it. They show up basically as contraband. They don't let you seize what you want anyway. That's starting a war with them. So, I mean, sure. You could also just kill them. That would have about the same effect. Nothing lets you seize things. That destroys relations with that faction and makes other factions respect you less as well. Moves a lot of hidden meters in the game. Yeah, they have to be pretty skilled to do that, but you can do it. I need to take a piss. Back in a second. Another thing, yeah, I hate it too. Freeways. Another thing that I do to easily trade with elves is I sell them used clothing, because the vast majority of the clothing in my forts are made out of pigtail cloth and cave spider silk, which is both tradable with the elves. So I just sell them my used clothing, because I always have enough used clothing to get everything I need from them, which is, you know, not difficult, right? Because, like, the value of a bunch of large animals in cages is small. I'm sorry, what? Saxul became the holy attic of the Fellowship of Gerbils. Why don't my dwarves worship in the Fellowship of Gerbils? That isn't this one, is it? No, this is Saxul Wheel Swords. That's a shame. I wanted to be part of the Fellowship of Gerbils. Man. Man. Even on your master traders? That's weird to me, because I have. Because, like, you know the little, what are they called? Actually, hold on. I think I can give you an example. In ASCII, they used to show up in red. Is it stockpiles? Yeah. No, not that. Okay, so one, when you make stockpiles, you can just, like, click this, and it'll remove all animal and plant-based objects. Or only have animal and plant-based objects, which is... sorry, remove all animal-based objects and just have plant-based objects that the elves like. But, I doubt I could even show you the icon. Yeah, I can't, because it's not there. There's a little icon. It's like a little map with an X on it. Those show up if you're not playing in ASCII. Next items they won't trade for. Usually if it's in a bin. So if there's an item in a bin that they won't trade for, it'll show up with that little map next to it. It's the same thing that shows up when a noble has banned the sale of an item. And also, when it comes to the xenophobia thing, it's not this, like, elf xenophobia that bothers me. What bothers me is people who insist, game is broken, why doesn't it work? And then I ask them how they're managing their fort, and they're like, well, I killed all the nobles. It's like, not your problem. And then, well, I'm going to continue doing that. Like, that actually bothers me more as, like, a Dwarf Fortress meta. And it's not even like a you're playing the game wrong. It's like, well, then why are you complaining? Play the game that way if you want. But, like, don't bitch to me if your dwarves are all nuts. It's like, I think you're the crazy one here, bud. So, I don't know. All right, let's check this. Depth is down to 1. I don't think I can build bridges even on 1 depth. I think I need to wait for it to be completely gone, right? Yeah, okay, so... Oh, no, I can. Cool. So let's just go down here and do this. And this. And then go up here. Plop in a lever. Are you asking me why my dwarves are sad? They're sad because all of their friends are dead on the surface. Because if you get rained on the surface and you don't know when or where it's raining on the map at any given time, you immediately turn into a zombie. So that's why they're sad. If that's what you're asking. Okay, so over here... You know, let's use spore tree logs. And spore tree logs. It's because they're nice and light. I need rock mechanisms, so let's do an order of rock mechanisms. It's going all right, Frag, and yourself? Just a heads up, the Redeem a Dwarf option is open if anybody wants one of the 2 remaining dwarves. 17 gigabyte update. Added 2 4K textures and an animation. I like this response from Alexandra. Okay, so for some reason Tarn decided to turn on the update while I was on lunch. Working on it now. Bioactive. You don't have a lot of options. I'm sorry in advance. You have Odom, Rakust, and Suxul. Who would you like? Kid, you want Odom? You are 12. Bioactive says he doesn't think he looks worried. He's talking with a friend and he's playing make believe. I thought that was a ghost for a second. His mom and dad are dead. They didn't make it in. That's a shame. He's wearing a dress and standard dwarf stuff. He's a member of the Future Cover sect. He's often inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things after his mother was decayed up on the surface. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he is grateful when others help him out. He is quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to be little tight with resources when working on projects. He is quite polite, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He is often nervous, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He tends to think before acting, and he is assertive. He has an active imagination, and he rarely feels discouraged. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he doesn't hold on to grievances. He sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Yeah, snatchers are pretty, low risk here. We won't, none of these kids are gonna get snatched. Just don't go upstairs. We're also not getting migrants, which makes sense. Okay, so that's done. That's done. So now I need you. Can link to that. And to this. So let's follow whoever is linking the lever. Who is Wizard Bold Man. Who also wants to be with family and have martial training. It's helpful that so many of these dwarves want martial training because I can just put them all in the military and just be like, be happy. It's just your fort then? Yeah, the thing is, if Snatchers showed up, they would probably get zombified before they actually made it to my fort. Yeah, if you get by the zombie elk, the 2 zombie titans, the living titan, and also, you know, all of the zombie dwarves and the zombie weasels and the zombie whatever the heck's on the surface. Zombie eagles and birds. You have to get past them without getting bit by any of them, or you turn into a zombie, and you also have to get past the rain without getting rained on. Believe it or not, the surface of this fortress has a pretty good natural defense. What are my plans for the fort? Slowly build up, keep these dwarves sane, which is what I'm currently trying to do. Contain and capture as much of the surface as possible, and then release hell onto the surface, because it's a very thin tube to the surface, or it's very close to the surface, the base of this, without killing my fort, and trying to get as many dwarves in as possible. But because I've stopped getting migrant waves and I've stopped getting trading caravans, I think we may already be at the limit for that. Bert, thanks for gifting out a subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Somebody finally filled up the gift sub leaderboard. There's now 3 names on. Appreciate you. It won't last long. Oh, no, it won't. I am setting up power, is what I'm setting up. And I'm going to game it a little bit. So Arkansas is continuing to link. And I have to keep the dwarves from getting haggard, because if they start getting haggard, we're in trouble. How come the zombies don't enter the fort? Because they don't have a way in. They can't get in. Hearing me talk about Dwarf Fortress helps your brain work? Interesting. Traders can stop coming? Yeah, if they keep dying, they stop coming. 2 outpost liaisons became zombies. 1 got beaten up and ran away. And multiple trade caravans died completely. Yep. And if they get attacked, they leave. And then if that happens a couple of years in a row, then they just stop showing up entirely. And then a couple years later, they'll try again. And if that keeps happening, then they'll attack you. Like, eventually your home faction will just straight up attack you. But it has to go on like that for a long time. Okay, we're going to give this lever a pull. So someone's coming to pull the lever. Kronk. So that's going to lift these up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pull this. Let's see if this bug still works. So this will fill up with water. We'll drop this down. Should flow through. Once these start turning, I pull this lever and I think, if that bug still works, it should just keep flowing forever. Hatches, and also when it comes to like destructible buildings and whatnot, hatches have always been indestructible when they're locked. Oh, absolutely, but what's the point of cheating when you're trying to do something without cheating? Like, to me, forcing migration with DF hack equals cheating, right? What's the point? It's cheating. Waiting for it to hit at least 400 power steady. Maybe 5. That would be ideal. 6 would be even better. Okay. Let's see. Oh, no, totally. I mean, for a fort like this, the whole point is, like, survival, right? So if I make survival trivial by cheating, it negates the entire point and entertainment value of this fort for me. Damn it. Okay, so it doesn't work anymore. Well, that sucks. Okay, well then we'll go with plan B. So you couldn't say hi until your break? Well, welcome back. Glad you're able to say hi on your break. Where you push the game to its limits. Totally. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with cheating in a single player game. But for me, at least in this particular playthrough, that just completely defeats the whole point of the fort. Which isn't even to say that, like, you know, you shouldn't play the game this way. That's silly, but you need to go to the gym. I mean, the only reason I didn't go this way is because I hit an aquifer. So I didn't want to dig through the aquifer, so I was like, well, I'll just let it fall down into the thing, but it wasn't getting enough flow, so I have to go directly off the edge of the map for it to maintain flow on the same level. Which I've had happen before. It's not a super unique problem, it's just kind of annoying. Oh shit! The dwarf I happened to be looking at went into a strange mood. So we've got a talented boyar who's in a strange mood. Legendary crossbow, maybe? I don't think that's the first one. It's surprising. So based on what YouTube chat just said about the only cheat they use is Prospect, I'm amazed people still use Prospect at all, because back in the day, the game didn't even tell you what kind of metal you had. It just said some metals are many metals, and then shallow metals are deep metals. That's all that you knew. And people still want to know where they are. It's like, man, how greedy are you? Have a little bit of surprise in your life. Unless, like, you're sandboxing a fortress and just trying to, like, replicate something. But then you're probably also, like, disabling stress as well, so. Yeah, don't worry about it, freeways. I mean, if you want better value, well, I'd say keep the Prime sub on my channel and then go subscribe to my blog, but you do you, mate. Nope, it won't, because it's still supported by the edge of the map. You would have to mine out an entire layer, plus remove all of the walls on the sides of the layer. Basically, if I were to... Let's just go to a layer I can't see. Let's just pretend that this square... Oops. Let's pretend that this square is the entire layer, right? So if you mine out the entire layer, it won't collapse. What you'd have to do is you'd have to go around, and you'd have to go up like this, all the way around, and then either do that all the way up and down on both sides, or go one layer above and also mine out that so that there's nothing supporting it, because one individual tile can hold up the entire map. You at work or something, Peregrine? HPG? Also, V, no, even if it's not your fault, it will still piss them off. If something dies on your map, the faction that that person belonged to blames you for it, regardless of what caused it. So it's like, if another army walks in and murders an entire, like, caravan, they blame it on you. But it takes a lot, and a long time, for that to become, like, a notable issue. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Excuse me. What's up, Mouse Peter? How's stuff? Just did an ad break, waiting for it to finish. There was a small patch to Adventure Mode today with directional indicators for combat, which is pretty cool. All right, there we go, we're through. Yeah, what Telenarthos said, basically. Directional indicators for combat. So while you're in combat, it says what direction you / the enemy are moving. Which is very useful, by the way. Need bricks, blocks, gems, shining. Do you need cut gems? Could very well be. Oh no, those are large gems.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Let's cut a gem. And Sen, thank you very much for the 9th month of Prime. Appreciate you. Don't forget to check your Prime subs, chat. Oh, also a problem that we've run into with this fort is there's so many notifications coming from combat, I don't actually get notifications for other things in the fort because they time out because the game hits its limit. I don't actually, yeah, also this is getting overrun too. It's kind of nuts, actually. Do I have a favorite domestic animal and in DF? That is a very bizarre question. Not really, no. Not really, no. I do not. I do need to get rid of that zombie that's fighting with the weasel. You're gonna start a sub 150 fort? If you want a bizarre fort, you could play on this map. It's available underneath the video for this thing. For example, we have a constructed fall trap. Oh yeah, the constructed fall trap, that was fun. That fort wasn't fun to play, but it was fun to watch. the structures and stuff. It wasn't fun to play because it had so many fucking agitated birds. Well, I mean, it's literally choking out the number of notifications I can have, which is making navigating the fort really difficult. Rob, are weapon traps worth constructing? Absolutely. What? The reason you don't see me building them is because I think they're boring. There we go. It's got nothing to do with them being bad. They are critical if you are new at the game or trying to survive in the caverns against cavern creatures. But, like, I just don't care. Generally. You also need to remember, I've played an absurd amount of this game. Right? So, when you've played an absurd amount of a video game, you stop doing the easy thing in games like this, because as somebody asked earlier, is this game hard enough? Absolutely. But if you want it to be even remotely challenging, once you know how to play the game, you have to go out of your way to avoid using a lot of things, because there's a lot of things in this game that are just bustedly strong, which I genuinely think is to the game's advantage, because it makes the game more contortable, making it an effective story generator, because you can tell the stories you want the way you want to tell them. And by that, I mean decide if you want to use a certain thing that's an advantage or not, right? So, sure, weapon traps are great, super useful. They're boring, so I don't use them very much, unless I really need them, in a fort like this. I mean, I'm talking about weapon traps, not cage traps. Cage traps are necessary if you want to actually catch titans. Like, I'm talking about weapon traps here, not cage traps. You guys are talking about cage traps? But yes, no, cage traps are necessary if you want to catch things. Straight up, they are necessary. So two of my miners just slowly digging. Slowly digging. And not a regular bow. I probably wouldn't use it. I'd probably just use the normal crossbow. Where are you headed to? Oh yeah, I also have that one legendary item right there. Just curious as to what most of the dwarves are up to harvesting mostly, it looks like. I mean, I would rather spend 5 years building a super elaborate Rube Goldberg machine to launch goblins into space or fire lava at them out of minecarts than build like a single tile wide hallway like this with a couple dozen weapon traps in it. They're both just as effective. One's just funny to look at, and I'd rather build the second one. So, I mean, everything in Dwarf Fortress is OP if used correctly, is, I think, the important thing to remember, right? So it doesn't matter what you're doing. Just do something that you enjoy building, because that's where, at least that's my advice, because that's where I get the enjoyment from in this game. I get enjoyment from Dwarf Fortress by building things I enjoy building, not by trying to figure out the most optimal way of doing things. Which is also probably why some people look at my forts and go, why do they look so good? Mine don't. What's up, Indie Dev? Nothing. Set mead. Yeah, I mean, mead is pointless. Rakus the Boyer has created Illirul Delafaluth, a bulky tower cap crossbow. I think that means we can't use it because it's bulky, right? Yep, can't use it. This is a bulky tower cap crossbow. All craftsmanship is at the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of round pyrite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap and siltstone. Well, that's unfortunate. If I cut the Pathfinder is still stressed. Thanks for checking out a gift, Indy. What's up, man? And Akuma Sporky, thanks for the raid. Check it, I get a couple beers for the raiders. Don't drown them, please. I lost a half your dwarves when you experimented with minecart ring accelerators. I mean, that's just straight up abusing bugs. Minecarts are actually really safe if you don't use minecart accelerators. I mean, minecart accelerators are like the equivalent of like bunny hopping in Quake. Technically a bug, but kind of accepted as a mechanic. So yeah, you're gonna have a bad time if you experiment with those and let dwarves walk on them because, I mean, it's like getting hit by a truck going at like 200 miles an hour. You haven't got, you mean, okay, so reading YouTube chat. Jam, are you saying that you've never made clothes in Dwarf Fortress or you've never tried to decorate clothes? Because decorating clothes is one button in the Craftsdwarf shop, whereas clothing itself is literally necessary for long-term fort survival. And it's not crazy. It's very simple. Chat name them, Sammy. I will always maintain this. That is such a bad thing to ask me most days, Akuma. I'm okay. That is very difficult for me to say out loud. Okay. So just double checking. Yep, we're at the end. Let's smooth this and try this. But I'm okay. Also, hi, Vanori. How's things? Is there a way to arrest someone who hasn't committed a crime? Not unless somebody else has committed a crime, because somebody else committing a crime is how the whole crime network starts. So once one person has committed a crime, you can accuse other people of that crime, but you can't arrest somebody for no reason. How are you today, though, Akuma? How's things? It's easier for me to ask that to chat, because I'm a person who is chronically depressed, so it's generally very difficult for me to give people an answer that they want when they say, how are you today? Because when someone asks me how I am on a day, it's like generally somewhere between wishing I was dead and wanting to cry in the corner. Today I'm closer to wanting to cry in the corner. But, you know, we're okay. We're getting by. One day at a time. Okay, so the expedition leader, the founder, is going to come down. Was going to fortify that, but instead is going to go have a meeting with Sweetie. Yeah, still here. Still alive. Getting by. Surviving. People sometimes give me like wildly funny responses when I just say, still alive. People expect, you know, normal people responses. Like, oh yeah, today's great. It's lovely outside, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I'm better at it. Sometimes I'm worse. Today I'm pretty bad. Still doing science. Yep. Still streaming. I mean, it's a good song. Still alive. Still alive. Is anybody else like mad that they content ID that on YouTube? Otherwise, I would meme the shit out of it. I saw a dwarf tell a story of the appointment of Salva to the position of militia commander in the Fetid Cradle in the early autumn of 356 at the Creative Pumpkin. That's interesting. I'm not dead yet. Yeah, it's also not too far off either. Oh, no. I mean, I think nothing interesting has actually happened in this fort aside from a lot of things dying, and they don't generally tell stories about that, unless it's like a battle. I mean, I don't mind listening to people's problems. I'm actually, like, weirdly good at that. Mostly because I have a lot of problems. So because I have a lot of problems, I can empathize with that. One of the few things I can actually empathize with other people on is, like, if they're going through some shit. But, yeah, I don't know. It is a pretty normal form of human conversation. So now this should flow off the end of the map. And let's see who's coming to get that lever. Indiridius is. He's discussing a friend's problems. For anybody who's wondering about thought process and stuff, I'm kind of planning on trying, when I make longer form videos on forts, to instead of going the route that I went with the Norland video where it was very much just this character's doing this. It's going to be more of a we decided, as in like chat would be we. Because that's really how those are running. It's very much a we, not so much the character themselves did this thing. Missed the beginning. What's the plan for the water? Power! And I was surprised if you answer differently than I am okay. It's like a universal greeting. I don't know. People like to greet each other. Asking how somebody's day is a pretty universal way of saying hello and starting conversation with low stakes. I don't know. Makes sense. I don't think it's weird. Let's see if this fixes my flow problem. How did I like Norland? It's early access. It's good. It's a solid start. Apparently they're going to charge $30 for it, which seems fair. I like the idea of it, but you know, one, I can't give you a straight answer yet. Two, I played 24 hours of it in 2 streams. I think I liked it. It's probably a pretty safe guesstimate. And I made a video out of it. So, yeah, one, I can't actually tell you. And two, just look at how much I streamed of it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have streamed that much. I'm not the sort of person to stream games just for numbers. And generally that's what's happening when people are playing new games. Like, I got so much weird Schadenfreude out of Manor Lords when that launched, because so many, like, Fortnite streamers were playing that game because it was the hot flavor of the month game, and they were like, this game's hard! It's like, well, I mean, no, it's not, but this isn't your shtick. You're just here for some reason. Yeah, I'll stream it tomorrow. It doesn't. It's a almost completely different game. It has a slightly similar art style to RimWorld. That's literally it. There's almost no similarities between... I mean, like, they're both edgy. You can build houses in both of them, I guess. It's kind of like trying to compare Settlers to RimWorld. I think it's closer to Settlers. It's like Settlers, Crusader Kings. It just looks visually kind of like RimWorld because it's potato people. But it's got almost nothing actually in common. Oh yeah. DS. That's the plan, is to release them to the surface. And then call it quits. Yeah, it's edgy in a more like pseudo-historic way, or like low fantasy pseudo-historic way than RimWorld. Whereas RimWorld's edgy in like a science fiction horror kind of way. I don't know, they're very different games. I think that people needing to compare games to one another is a little silly. If you want a more economy-based kind of city builder that is kind of closer to RimWorld, I would recommend Lords and Valiants. Which is, I can't remember who published that one, but that's been out for a bit. No, it's not that it's too slow, but it is slow. It should work when it gets to the end, but I'm not certain it will. Ranger Rick. I've stated this to you on stream before. Half my audience tunes out when I play Path of Background. Please don't make me state that on stream constantly. I've stated this to you before. I'll play it when I have the itch, because people generally don't watch it, okay? So I can't promise you anything, I won't promise you anything. I'll play it when I want to play it, because it isn't great for, like, my income. Please stop making me have to say that out loud, because it just sounds shitty. And I don't like saying it. That being said, you should go buy Path Backward, because that game's fantastic. Pathfinder seems to be cheering up a little bit, aside from the lack of family thing. Was it on the poll? Did you see it on the poll? Because I didn't. What the heck is Ranger Rick, Montecore? I think, okay, so pulling something out of YouTube chat from Hans Gruber. They say Dwarf Fortress still beats the other Colony games because it has so much depth and no one else seems to be able to capture. Yeah, well, it's got the time of development as an advantage, right? But, like, I don't know if it's necessarily a matter of beating them. I think it's just a matter of finding its audience, and it's found its audience. And I think that the audiences of games like to compare their game to other games because, you know, we do this with everything. We do this with politics, we do this with sports, we do this with everything. Everybody wants to know who's the best at what. Everybody has to be the best at something, right? Every game has to be the best. Otherwise, what's the point of playing a game if it's not the best? So everybody's sitting there arguing back and forth over which game's better, and it's just kind of silly. I should update the goal, though, because that's changed. The goal now is hide underground, don't die, and release hell onto the surface. Hey! Because it's flowing off the end, so now it's flowing somewhere, technically. It looks like we have power. Is it stable, though? Sure, totally, but when we're talking about Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld, and the other games that occupy that niche, most people have played them all. Because there's not that many, right? Oh, yeah. My drink is done. I'm gonna go put it away. I'll be right back. I guess here's an example of why I have a really hard time comparing colony builders specifically. The reason I have a really hard time comparing colony builders is because there is so few of them, right? So it's not quite like the open world survival crafting discussion, right? Where whenever a new one of those first-person open world survival crafting games with multiplayer and PvP come out, they all get compared to everything else, right? Because all of them are extremely derivative and very similar. It's a genre that was not started by, but became popular in part because of Minecraft, right? Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld are like Minecraft and Terraria. Like, are they using similar ideas? Okay. But now, since Minecraft and Terraria have come out, everybody's just making Starbounds, which are very similar to Terraria. So what's happened is we have Dwarf Fortress, which, for this analogy I'm using, is Minecraft. We have Terraria, which is using similar kind of ideas, added a completely different type of progression, completely different type of multiplayer, completely different type of NPC just than Minecraft took back then again later, and used those ideas. So of course they're borrowing from each other, but they could both exist in a vacuum as unique games. And that's what RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are to me. And then whenever another colony builder comes out, everybody's like, how does it compare to RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress? It's like, well, I already can't really compare RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress. Like, of course you can. But mechanically, they're already so different that what's the point? It's like trying to say, well, how does Minecraft compare to Terraria? It's like, well, you chop down trees. So, you know, it's that kind of thing. Execution and gameplay are very far from one another. Yes, sure. I'm definitely not clipping that in the background because someone has to. You love the stage and boss system in Terraria? Oh no, Terraria is great. So is Minecraft. But you never see people comparing, like, DayZ to Terraria, right? Okay, so who's the last truly depressed dwarf? It's just the Pathfinder. All right, well, now that we have power, I can turn these on. Let that run for a second. Jump to somebody who's filling a pond. Yeah, no, Rust is exactly the same video game as Minecraft, yeah. So chat room, this is a kind of a thing I'm going to ask to both of the chat rooms. Based on things I've talked about over the months and years, Sammy Kivo asks, by the way, why don't you narrate your dwarves story as others have done? Example of YouTubers, Just Don't Die. How many videos a year does Just Don't Die upload? Yes, that was a misgenerator. Look at how many videos I upload. Then look at how many videos I've uploaded recently. And look at what I'm doing recently. I didn't because for a very long time, the content that I made that people came for was tutorials and very short videos and explainers. I've stopped doing that because I've hit the cap of what I'm capable of making. And also, because lots of people have a shtick and get lucky with a few videos. That doesn't necessarily equal good income. I would also say look at the number of views that Just Don't Die's YouTube channel gets, and then look at the number of views mine gets. It's not a fair comparison, but I am a full-time content creator. Look at how many hours they stream versus how many I stream. I stream 40 hours a week. They don't stream. They have a fuckload of time with no required upload schedule and can just record 10 hours of gameplay, slowly edit it down, and releasing one video every 8 months. I am currently in the process of making the quality and like upload schedule less frequent on my main YouTube channel because YouTube doesn't promote stuff that way anymore. They're just having lots of content, and also because I've more or less run out of stuff to tutorialize in Dwarf Fortress that needs to be tutorialized. So why don't I do that? Because I don't have unlimited free time. Why don't you just run it and whine, Pedro? All right. You would hate all DF content to be the same. I also love it when people tell me, why don't you just do what Hoodie Hairs does? And it's like, because Hoodie Hair spends a month on a video and also doesn't do it full time. So And why am I not going to just kick out the upset ones? Because the surface is instant death, and we're not getting any migrants because I haven't successfully traded with my home faction yet because I keep dying. So I'm not getting traders and I'm not getting migrants, so every dwarf is valuable. So I'm trying to fix them instead of, you know, doing what you're suggesting, which is a bad idea. Zeta Tryhardly, thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Week's going. Dulkin, week is going. Well, I hate to break it to you, Pedro. Telling me that you're still waiting for the Mac version doesn't make it come any quicker. Like, you bought a game that isn't compatible with Mac. Or you haven't bought a game that, because it's not compatible with Mac. I don't know your situation. Macs are still like 5%, if not lower, of Steam. It is the lowest audience, the smallest number of people actively playing games. Meaning, it is the lowest priority. Can't help you. Telling me that just makes me kind of sad. Telling the developers that might make them work on it quicker. Probably won't, because they're aware it needs to be done. It'll get done eventually, but I can't make it come quicker. Sort of like asking me, are we there yet? I don't know. I'm not even driving. Yeah, absolutely. Just because they're currently unhappy doesn't mean we can't fix her! New migrants are here? Thank you. Well, not in the 4th, though. That'd be great, but no. Alright. Hopefully we can begin the actual happy up process now. Not that one. Let's go here. No uniform. And no uniform. Now everybody's in squads. And then we're going to get them all training right here. Well, I mean, I know a video game, Jupiter Help. The developers spent over $100,000 on contractors, software, hardware, and just development time to port his game to Mac. And he's sold less than 2,000 copies on Mac. Sold more copies on Linux by a lot. And the only reason he did it was because he promised it in a Kickstarter. They had to get another round of investments. So, and that's not an uncommon story. I'm not saying it won't happen on Steam, but I'm not surprised it's a low priority. Considering all of the older versions of the game were actually ported to Mac by volunteers. Like, the Mac ports and the Linux ports for, like, version 47 and earlier for Dwarf Fortress were done by the community, not by Tarn. So... we're not talking about Linux, Nutty. We're talking about Mac. And releasing the source code is something that Tarn has said he's not going to do. So, I hate this conversation. Can we talk about literally anything else? Please? This is awful. I hate it here. It's the same loop that doesn't actually have an answer. And people saying that, oh, just release the source code. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, just release your life's work for everybody to use and do whatever they want with. Cool. Ravishing? What the fuck does that mean, Vaca? I don't look forward to video games because video games I look forward to disappoint me. So, null, I guess? We're gonna just have them sit here and train until we get down to 100 boos. I mean, there's a video game I would like to play that I know nobody will watch, which is, I would really like to play Brigador Killers, but I know that nobody will watch it. So, shrug. Because Tarn had a very closed group of very special individuals, and he would give tiny parts of the compatibility code or the parts of the code that needed to be ported. He's answered this question before. I don't know how it actually works. He had a very small group of people that he would send a very small portion of the code to do the port work. They'd do the port work, and then he'd upload the versions. He'd compile it and upload the versions. Yeah, I don't care about engravings being high quality. I just wanted the mud off the floor. Brigador Killers is not on Steam yet, no. There's a very early version on itch.io. The original Brigador is, though. Brigador Killers is a sequel. Just trying to clear the need for martial training, which almost every dwarf in this fort has, fortunately. And also getting them to stand right here is real good for moods anyway. Apparently not great for frame rate, but... What, Shinobi? Are these video games, or...? It does have a Steam page. It doesn't have a release date. Well, I took that to mean, is it out? No, it's not out, I guess. It's had a Steam page since 2017. And they, like, abandoned it and then went back to working on the original for a bit. And then went back to working on it. And then threw the whole project out because of some company drama. And started over. And they're still working on it. Basically, do you like big robots? Do you like big robots and really dark sci-fi with extremely good lore? That's Brigador. And also tanks. Among other things. The brown arrows below the dwarves mean that they are lying down. So this dwarf underneath is lying down because they're blinking. So this one's lying down. This one is standing. That's what it means. I am forcing moods to be good right now. Even for the ones that are upset, like this one. Still stressed? Well, not for long. You're more of a sword and shield kind of guy. How about mechs with swords and shields, though? I don't actually think they have any sword. There is, like, melee shotguns and shields, but... Yeah, it's an isometric shooter. It's another game that runs in its own weird engine and has tons of unique assets, awesome art. And they made pewter miniatures out of their mechs, too, that they do limited run sales of occasionally. And I almost bought a set and then was like, I'd have to paint this shit. No! What am I doing? So, yeah. That's Brigador. I'm literally just waiting for moods to unwreck themselves. Once we have these two gone, that'll probably call her and then let them go out again. Looks like we're starting to get improving combat, which is clearing the need for martial training. You still need it, though. You still need it as well. You have a pile of shame. That's one nice thing for me about not playing a lot of games is I don't have a pile of shame. There's another game I'm sort of looking forward to, but the developer has like stopped working on it twice to go work on other things that actually pay money, which is I was blank on the name of it. Oh, I remember it. I got it. Where is it? This game. Looking forward to this game. Dead Zoned. Looking forward to this. I would really like to play this. It's a little roguelike, but the developer of this stopped working on it to make Bone Razor minions. And now he's working on something called Void's Vigil, which is another Vampire Survivors thingy, I think. All of his games' arts are really cool. Another game that I'm looking forward to, which hasn't been announced yet, is the developer of this game, Chaos Forge, Jupiter Hell, is making a remake of Doom the Roguelike, which is what this game is based on. And by that, I mean updating all the... He's patching it, actually. He's updating all the UI, having things like in-game options, basically making it like a playable video game instead of like an ancient history freeware game, which is what that game was. Proud after teaching striking. This dwarf really likes teaching stuff like striking and things. Wonder if this is helping them make friends. That would be interesting. I'm seeing a lot of acquaintances. Even for the more recent dwarf migrants in here. Maybe this is a good way to force them to make friends. Like Grunty, how are you doing? Yeah, no, they're making friends, which is good. How's Bioactive doing? Kind of sad, but, you know, doing okay. Just kind of sad because his parents are dead. But yeah, I don't know. There really isn't a ton of games I look forward to. I will forever wonder why people ask me if I play Space Station 13. I've played Space Station 13. I'm allergic to furries and find that community completely insufferable. Like, to the point where a friend of mine who used to stream a ton, and then he moved, and he hasn't streamed much recently because he kind of started running out of money. Russ Money, like the clown streamer, he, even he doesn't like that community anymore. Moonring is terrible for streaming, though. At least I found it to be really boring to stream. I think it's a fantastic game, but I have no interest in playing it. No interest in playing it, really. It's not really my shtick. That type of RPG, like, isn't something I have nostalgia for. It's something that a lot of people do, and I know a lot of people really like it, and people should know about and play Moonring. I don't really want to play it personally. But yeah, I will never fully get why people are constantly asking me if I play SS13. I don't get it. If you're asking, is Brigador fast? It can be, but there's a speed slider to speed up and slow down the time in it. So if you need it to run slower and be more playable, for people like me who are bad at video games, you can do that, V. Also, well, she will see you later. Cheers. Yeah, man, I love how I've had this conversation 1,000 times. I don't like survival crafting games, really. And Cataclysm is way too much of that. Like, as an example, I find games like 7 Days to Die to be pathetically boring. It's not my thing at all. And that's all that Cataclysm feels like to me. Like, the mechanics in it are neat. It's got a lot of depth. It's really cool. I think the stuff that they've done with the car repair mechanics and stuff is really fun. I don't mind Zomboid, but I don't mind Zomboid as, like, a multiplayer's apocalypse survival RP experience where you just go, all right, boys, everybody grab the worst looking weapon you can get. Let's all pile into a car and just, like, try and drive through a city with no levels. I like that, but I fucking hate The Sims. So if you think I'm a Sims person, oh boy. No, I'm like a city builder management game, like dungeon crawler. Those are the kinds of games I like. I like proper dungeon crawlers. Number one, why would you buy a free open source game? Civ. Number two, yeah, okay. I'm glad you refunded it. Don't buy that game on Steam. Just don't do it. Just go compile one of the many forks of it. Also, CDDA suffers from the, specifically Dark Days Ahead. Bright Nights, or whatever that fork is a little better for this, but it suffers from feature creep even worse than Dwarf Fortress does in a way I don't like. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm referring to, Denesta. Like, it's really cool for what it is, but I don't like the direction that they're going with. It's the same issue I took with Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. It's like, in theory, should I love Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup? Sure, yes. In theory, I should. In practice, I find that game to be far too focused on the competitive stuff and not focused enough on the stuff that makes that game, or that made that game interesting for me. It used to have a lot of mechanics that made it into a really interesting dungeon crawler, and it's lost most of those over the years, and just purely become like a competitive, like leaderboard experience, and that's not for me. Which it's good for the audience that plays it. It's bad for me. Yeah, no, Miss Therapy combined with martial training is great. Like, really, really good for general thoughts of your dwarves. Just waiting for them to catch up on all of their rustiness. All right, so now that we've done that... Let me check something. This one has webs. And is still alive. Okay, you right there. So that goes down to there. This is going to need to be locked off. Oh, did I already... Oh, never mind. Don't actually need to do this. I already dug a route. Stop! What biome is this? Busted. This is what biome it is. This biome is a good biome that is bugged so that it has an evil biome on top of it, is what this biome is. Oopsies. If you want a descriptor of the actual map that I'm playing on, there's a YouTube video on my YouTube channel called Actual Hell Embark. Or like, this embark is insane or something. Whatever. With big death and a fluffy wambler on the logo, on the thumbnail. Watch that video. It'll give you an idea. You have over 400 now? Rookie numbers, mate. Rookie numbers, I tell ye. Okay, so I need a bridge along here. Speaking of, I should probably tell them to make blocks. Okay, you're not connected to a lever, and you should be. This needs to be connected to a lever, and then this needs a wall across the front of it. So I'm going to make a little mission control room. Could put it down in the actual fort itself, but... yeah, you know what? Actually, we'll put it down in the actual fort itself. So let me get rid of this. We'll go down into here. Maybe right in here. Let's put a couple levers in there. This embark is insane. See, people keep on saying, it's like, and then you could reference back to your old videos. It's like, I can't remember the name of a video I made last week. Let alone videos I made months ago. Well, you could watch the VOD, or I will make another video eventually about how I did that. But what Talon said, yes. I was trying to be like a tease. But yes, that's how you have to do it. I don't know if I have beards left. I might. I think it might just be one. I have Rakust. I can't wait for the next person to be like, I want a military dwarf with a beard, and then they don't get it because there's no dwarves with beards left. Does that work, Darius? You typed that in both chats. Eating lunch for you. Hello. Congratulations. Works, okay. He relies on the advice of others during decision making. He can handle stress, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally finds himself to be disgusted with eloquent speakers. Thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and doesn't see the point of working hard. He likes borax and zinc and praise and clear glass. The color I just thought that was something else. The color orange, and millstones and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and giant wrens for their intricate songs. The words of the funeral of bones, and the sound of the aquamarine of glittering, and the sight of the style of festivals, and when possible prefers to consume oyster and mango wine, and absolutely hates flies. You still need some new shoes, but that's okay. And you're interested after learning about striking. Could probably let you out of the military now. You did kill a cave crocodile named Unfist, who probably killed somebody of importance. And that or just some random, like, bat person mount. And seemed like a pretty good dwarf. Welcome to the fort. Gonna actually just... Ooh, hey, they're singing. Wonder what they're singing. Sing. There you go. The Birth of Oracles is an example of the prim larks with no particular subject, and for lyrics, the composer has selected It Must Have Been Shadows. And this particular dwarf as well, Darius, you do have friends. You're kindred spirits with Salva, and you're a member of the Sect of Cresting. Round of beers for the new dwarf. May they dwarf long and dwarfster. All right, so we're gonna do a ramp up here, which will take us up to here. Once we ramp up, I'm gonna do that and that over to there. And then I will cry because it keeps moving. But then what I'll do is I'll channel up here, have a door right there, and see if I can try and save the dwarf that digs up to here. I will use an animal as bait. Okay, I won't. I was going to use an animal as bait. I guess I'll have to go here to use an animal as bait. So Sammy in YouTube chat says, why do different races in Fortress cause riots often? Probably because you have visitors that don't have housing. If people don't have housing or clothing, they get upset over time. And this includes visitors. So if you don't have a public dormitory or something for them to go sleep in, they will eventually go nuts. So that's why they're causing riots likely, is because they're probably upset because they don't have anywhere to sleep. If you had to sleep on the ground and just had alcohol poured on your head, you'd probably go nuts too. But yeah, I guess like what it is everybody. Ooh, hey, I got the patch notes. I guess what it is a lot of people presume based on the fact that because I enjoy Dwarf Fortress, I would automatically like Space Station 13 and Cataclysm. I think what people fail to realize is that I enjoy Dwarf Fortress for completely different reasons than somebody who enjoys Cataclysm. I don't like depth for depth's sake. I like specific types of games, which is a problem. I should like more types of games, but I don't. I don't know. And then I get into like this weird comfort mode where I just want to play the types of games I like. It's possibly something people can relate to. It's possibly not. I don't really know. All I do know is that there are very few types of games that I do genuinely enjoy. And I tend to just kind of play those. Just is what it is. All right. Yeah, the problem with like CDDA, or not CDDA, SS13 is I have to do it with other people. And the community of people that like that game, bless their souls, I can't stand furries. Can't stand them being super out in my chat. Like, you're allowed to do whatever you want in the private and safety of your own home, but keep it far away from me. And they've captured that game completely. Happy to help, Apoth. That's why you don't play it anymore. Well, there you go. But I have absolutely played it in the past. I used to play a janitor every now and again when a certain friend of mine wanted to. Cheers, Baskar in YouTube chat. Well, welcome to the Dwarf Fort. Stay a while and listen. It doesn't matter, Cyan Corp. It doesn't matter. Like, this is... Remember how earlier I was like, conversation always goes this way. It doesn't matter. Like, my friend, Russ Money, basically stopped playing it. And all he ever did was host his own server. It eventually made his own server, like, insufferable for him, right? Because even though he had really strict RP rules and, like, keeping the game, it's still degraded. Like, it's, if a community decides that's what you want your game to be, or that's what they want the game to be, that's what it'll be. If it's, like, an ERP-friendly Zoomer game, which is kind of what it's become, or an ERP-friendly neckbeard game, people are going to demand it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Also, I just have a hard time playing games that require reading chat while reading chats. Like, it's just not a fun experience for me. Like, genuinely? Like, that's suddenly another chat room I have to moderate while I'm streaming. Like, no, absolutely not. And SS14 will be the same way. I wish that game all of the success. Like, I want to see it succeed. I think it's a really cool project. But I don't think it's a project that I will really take part in. Yeah, then getting bonked by a power-hungry admin. Yeah, that was my experience early on with that game, was getting banned for asking how to do a thing. It's like, what is this? How does this work? Bang! What? Cool. They can be depending on how they died. They can also be faster at their tasks sometimes. Is there any particular reason furries are rampant in SS13? They just are. I'm not a furry, so I don't know. For clarity's sake, I got no issues with furries. I just don't like seeing uwu constantly in chat. Like, it's just, it gets annoying. It grates on my, like, brain. Like, it doesn't take long for me to just be like, I don't want to do this anymore. It just feels immature to me more than anything. And they have a bad habit of ruining childhood favorite films of mine. Quit fucking with Fievel Goes West, you pervs. Bah! Fievel did nothing wrong. Fievel was a hero of my childhood, and you had to sexify him. I hate it. Let's go here. Boop. And boop. Great Mouse Detective. Also good film. Okay, let's get this squad out of here. Off of training. So they can go have an off-duty break as well. But yeah, for me with SS13, it's mostly just like there was a period there where I was actually trying to get into SS13 as a stream game, but me trying to relearn it after not playing it for a really long time very quickly landed on the result of, I don't see well enough to do this while streaming. Logs and rock. Bones, okay. I needed to butcher things anyway, so... We'll eat these 2 boars. I'll eat those 3 bulls. And we'll have meat on the menu again. What's your favorite moment in DF Basker? You can find mine by looking at one of the most watched shorts on my YouTube channel. Roaming squad of kid bandits. That's a story, yes. Turns out I have a lot of stories in Dwarf Fortress, and a lot of favorite moments, and I don't know how to just recant the same stories again and again without it just becoming kind of numb, I guess. This fort's pretty cool, though, because we've got titans on the surface, zombifying sky, dwarves that are incapable of getting reinforcements, and we're digging and trying to keep the fort functional with a very limited number of assistants. So, for me, this fort's pretty cool. But favorite? I don't know. That changes rather frequently. Sound like you're talking about Nom. YouTube chat. Found so much it was stupid. I mean, mine is the one that like everybody here has probably heard before, which is it's a pretty close tie between the queen that I found in Legends, who just repeatedly would have get married like 5 to 6 times a year, and then plot to assassinate her spouses, and then resurrect them as zombies and recruit them into her army. That was pretty cool. The other one is probably the ghost that possessed a dwarf to make that dwarf confess that they murdered that dwarf that was the ghost. Like, literally, it was just like, report crime was the dwarf's job, and then it was just like, confess to murder in the justice screen. So that was pretty cool. Those are probably my 2 favorites. Which I've told 10 bajillion times at this point, probably. But I don't know. I think reiterating favorites kind of makes me forget that the game can do more than just that. Okay. I need more rock mechanisms. And Beskar66, thank you very much for the Prime subscription, by the way. Chat room, you guys got one job. Don't make me ask you again. Come on. I know you're all at work, but play hooky for 10 seconds and spread the good word of alcoholism. At least I presume some of you are at work. All right, some of you at least are at work. Axedorf go into a fey mood and he wanted shells. You know, they can only ask for an item if you've had it at some point, which I think is interesting. Which means you had shells at some point. What am I going to do? Cry inside a little bit and then go on with my day? You know, one of my older shorts on YouTube is me pointing out the fact that blood evaporates when heated in Dwarf Fortress. The only reason that clip got recorded was because nobody had said anything in chat for 30 minutes and I was so fucking bored out of my mind I had to be like, hey, this is cool, yeah? And nobody responded to it in chat. Then I put the short up and everybody's like, yo, what the fuck? The next day, like, why didn't you point that out? I was like, literally all of you were here and chat was dead, so... Speaking of cave people, I have a feeling that there's a lot of Batmans. Game got kind of laggy. Could be like this Teams meeting is for you right now. Really? Possible. Certainly possible. Okay, let's go up to that lever, which is that one, which is already hooked up. This one, which is going to go right there. Vakrok has created Totmon Mangos Nabasthoth, a shale figurine of dwarves, and offers it to the fetid cradle. Is there a fun image on that figurine? This is a shale figurine of dwarves. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in shale by Vakrok. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of godly tombs by the early spring of 356. It is decorated with black cap and encircled with bands of yak bone. This object menaces with spikes of shale. Seems kind of cool. How you doing, Nimlark? It's good to see you. I hope you are doing well. Let's do this. You know, I'm just gonna use black cap logs. Fuck it. We'll just use the dolomite boulders. Doesn't matter if it takes them a while to walk up there. Can fortify them later. Yes, it's purely aesthetic. Although value can matter if you care, but I don't. It doesn't change the way the dwarves think at all. We've got Thigh-Cut making lavish meals. Probably using those fresh meats that we've provided. Looks like that's the case. We're making pig tallow and prepared yak eye roasts and yak meat. And probably more yak eye roasts, likely. It's got minced quarry bush leaf, minced quarry bush leaf, minced yak lung, and minced prepared yak eye. The board game. Oh, really? How was that? Video game to board game conversions are fascinating to me. I mean, it would be more impressive if you were playing it alone. Gamester, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. As well as Baskar66. I can't remember if I acknowledged that one or not. Any artifacts? Yeah, we literally just finished reading one. Nothing particularly interesting, though. We got a bulky crossbow earlier, made of wood, and a figurine just now. How do you know an area is snowy? Have you ever heard of North and South Poles? Further you are north or the further you are south. Also, when you are hovering your mouse over an area, it'll say what the temperature is. If it says scorching, you ain't getting any snow anytime soon. If it says cold, you'll probably get snow. Temperate, you'll probably get some snow. Only if it's raining, though. Cars suck? Oh, yeah. I could have told you that. But thanks for confirming my bias. What happened to your car, if I can ask? Oh wait, no, that's not what I need. Well, no, I do need that blocked off, actually. Need both sides of this blocked off, I think. Wait, no, I don't need that blocked off. I need this open. And that can just stay there. Yeah, okay, we're good. Never mind. I'm overthinking things. Decided to get it fixed. Oh, God. Yeah, I can see what you mean. That blows, dude. Let's follow Elphie and see what she ends up doing. This is a very rusty adept miner. He's currently putting stuff away. Had mance. What's a mance? You mean ants? Because it does, doesn't it? I know it has cockroaches. And slugs and rats and other things. You just want to stop beeping at you? I could probably do that with a hammer. Although it might make other things beep, though. Cheese is a good ingredient used to make valuable meals. But that's it, V. Well, why don't you turn the music up more so all you hear is music instead of the beeping? Small aquifer in an open shaft glacier made my expedition leader go very cold kind of fast. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I haven't played No Moria since like 2016, so. Don't really remember that, but I don't remember much of that game. Okay, someone's getting upset again. Who that? Why? How dare you? I just dumped water on your head for a while. Of course it's this one. Still listed as stress, that would be why. Probably just take you off of other jobs. Problem is this dwarf just constantly gets into arguments. Which is kind of funny, actually. Even though, like, enjoys performing and watching performances, but then just argues. This dwarf is, like, the really talented artist with really bad politics. It's fine. The sky is falling. There's a rat on my desk that is stuffed, and I have water. That's how Fort and House stream. Dwarves aren't dying that bad, except this dwarf kind of stressed because grumpy. But hopefully Creed only has to spend $1,200 on dumb car light once every so often, and not more often. So ideally what I'm doing here is I'm setting up a trap to do two things. But one very important thing. I'm trying to make it so that I can catch other creatures using cage traps. The way I want to do that, and the way I want to catch any creature using cage traps, is using webs. So what I want to do is I want to essentially make this creature shoot webs through here, and I'm going to use these guys to test it. So I'm gonna put like a not a wheelbarrow, but I'm gonna put a lever over on this side, and essentially I'm gonna connect it to this one, and hopefully the Titan shoots webs through here at it once it's released from the cage. These zombies aren't trap avoid. However, Titans and Forgotten Beasts are. So if I can use this as a method of catching titans or forgotten beasts, that would be extremely good and extremely powerful. So I want to try and use this as a forgotten beast trap. You're gradually going potentially blind in your right eye. Oh, I'm already blind. In my right eye. My right eye doesn't work at all. Ask me anything. I can't drive because of my eyes, and thus I own a bicycle, and complain when bike lanes don't get good. Fortunately, I don't have to pay money to see it, though. But for me, it's birth defects. So. Fucking bikers. I'm sorry for having a better mode of transport than you plebs with your expensive cars that have expensive lights that blink. Sheesh. Nobody uses turn signals? Yeah, they just crash directly into you instead without warning you in advance. Fucking murderers. Alright. Okay. Cage trap. Cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap. Didn't leave enough mechanisms. Doink. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I'm not saying like, oh, it's easy. It's not. It's really hard. Not having eyes that works is it's like the hard version of being left-handed. The world isn't built for you. And it kind of sucks. But I can relate. I mean, out of high school, when all the kids my age went and got normal jobs, I was unhireable. At just about everywhere I applied because of how bad my eyes were. Even in like fucking fast food, they would put me onto night shift because I couldn't work around people. I'd bump into them because my vision was so bad. All the left-handed tool jokes. Yeah, that sucks. Is it a nice bike? Yeah, my bicycle's nice. We don't have trams here, but we do have a pretty decent light rail system in Vancouver and called SkyTrain, and a pretty decent rapid bus service depending on the area. Yes, but we're talking about, like, you know, being a carpenter, Creed. Not everybody makes a living with their mouse and keyboard. I've explored many of them, V. If you watch my VODs, you can see footage of it. Elephant Never Forgets is probably one if you want. Yeah, no, my dad is left-handed, so... And he, for years, worked as a machinist, so I've heard all of that stuff. Okay, so this is now linked to a cage. This one. This end needs a door right there. Well, I mean, I don't really, but I want one there for security purposes. You're linked up. You're linked up. Yeah, we can go pretty much whenever. Cool. You know, Vakrok, I don't really know, and I also don't care, because I guarantee you it's the Strangler, and to me, maybe this is for you, but to me, this is not something that's interesting, because when zombies are immortal and trying to kill a thing in a way that it can't die, they just immediately become legendary, right? There's several of those on the surface. They're making the game lag, and I don't need to keep highlighting them for you. I'm sorry to be kind of a dick to you, but yeah, they're there. They're all legendary. They're all kind of the same. There's about 3 of them. One of them's been fighting a fucking elk, and the other one is strangling the weasel. And you know this. I haven't killed them, so I'm just too lazy to go through them. There you go. Yeah, they added directions to. I should read the patch notes. Actually, I haven't looked at the patch notes. They just popped up in my inbox like an hour ago, but I was distracting. So Kit Fox writes, work on adventure mode continues with 2 updates of note. We've just patched in composing and the wrestling button. Oh, that's good. You can jump directly to wrestling and composing. So I guess you can write books and songs again. Characters in adventure mode can already perform to increase their reputation with other characters, and maybe you can get a free drink at the tavern. But composing, your character will be able to write their own music and poetry and dances. Wrestling is already in adventure mode, but now there's the button works. That's pretty small. At least that's nice. Advancing in the beta. Composing poems, music, dances, writing things down is back in. Wrestle button now handles wrestling. Encumbrance is visible in the inventory screen, and there is a few alert levels for being over encumbered. Oh, that's kind of cool. Speed is visible in the movement options. Indications for ongoing movement attacks and dodges during player's turn in combat. Throwing and shooting crash should be fixed. Okay, no. Fixed input display issues in the kitchen menu. Okay. Oh, does that mean that, like, hold on, let me check that. Labor, kitchen. I mean, the arrows are still missing, but at least the buttons look right again. Handled several issues with gifting pets. Certain goblin torsos weren't being displayed. This is true. All right. Well, small patch, but important one. They also completely missed the combat directions. No one is unhappy? Yeah, because I made them all train wrestling and stand underneath a fountain for a while. They're just kind of being a problem for me playing the game right now, Vakrak, that's all. So they're kind of more just annoying to me than anything, so I don't really want to keep showcasing how funny they are, because they were funny, like, when they first were noticed, and they've stopped being funny for a while. So who's constructing that door? Probably you. Boy. Although we're almost at a point now where I could make a basic survival guide for adventure mode, but we'll just wait for it to be done. Yeah, everything else is like hidden in other menus. I should have noticed the wrestling button working, but I kind of forgot that it didn't work. But how you doing, Kashmir? Have a good night, Sammy. In the YouTube chat. Twitch chat, you can say goodnight, Sammy, if you want, but, you know, you do you. If I could add one feature, what would you? I've been asked this like 250 umpteenth billion times. The ability for dwarves to smoke, because it's the only other dwarfy thing alongside of alcohol and axes. Like, if you look at any, like... No, it's fine. If you look at any, like, form of media... Find me a dwarf that's smoking, or have a good luck finding me a dwarf that isn't smoking. It's weird that dwarves don't smoke. Also would give you another line of crafts to make. But when it comes to features that they've talked about adding, because they've never talked about adding that, I would like them to add the procedural tavern games that they've talked about. It's just like the procedural dances in taverns, but they can play like dice games and stuff. I would like that, because that's a feature they've talked about adding, and they've just never done it. Okay, I mean, it doesn't even need to be tobacco. I just want pipes. Let's go let in a Titan. So this sucker right here is Olbrock the Forest Titan, which is 544 years old and is uneasy when caught in freakish weather. I need to pee, but I will let you guys gaze upon this glory for a second, and then I will be right back, and we'll do it. I don't think it's unaffected by abominable smoke. It can't be bit because it's composed of fortification agate, so it can't get things into its bloodstream. So because it can't get contaminants into its bloodstream, it's like not affected by bites of the zombies. Which also, when I look at this area, at least the last time I looked at it in ASCII. Okay, never mind. There is a ton of abominable smoke on the ground. I mean, maybe it is. It might just not be affected by it because it doesn't have any blood, because it's a gem. It's literally a giant gem, this thing. I mean, it's a great humanoid composed of fortification agate. It has 2 short tails and it moves deliberately. Beware its webs. Terrifying, I say. Absolutely horrifying. Speaking of horrifying, should we let it in? Let it through the door? Who is the brave or dumb soul coming for this creature? It's Indiridius. You fool. Or we could go with better in than out, I always say. You know what they say, better in than out. What do you think, Chad? Does this dwarf make it? Yes or no? I think that there's a mod for that, Ragnarok. I remember a mod for old school DF that made rock creatures become pile of boulders. Similar to how what's the word? Titans or bronze colossuses become statues. I mean, she could just immediately become a zombie, which would be kind of horrific, actually. Don't forsake your lover. You can make it. She's remembering discussing a friend's problems. Sure, she's got this. Tez webs. We have doors. Also, they can't shoot down. Alright, that was easy. It can move. I have seen it move. So what's probably going to start happening is everything is going to begin moving towards this hole. No, this Simbark is 8x8. I'm pausing the game and just peeking around. Yep. Everything is moving towards this hole. So there's going to be a fight here in a second, probably. I also need to make sure that none of my dwarves are pulling a full stupid. Nope. We cannot shoot webs down. Nothing can shoot webs up or down. They're like catapults. Horizontal only. Same with fire creatures. Horizontal only. Also, hey, Tapioke. Let's just pause. Where's that other? There's a zombie right here. So, I mean, it's a matter of time. Yeah, this map is 8x8. We're in an ad break. Yeah, but arrows and bolts are not catapults, right? I said it's like they're like catapults and ballista, not arrows and bolts. Unless I completely screwed up what I said, in which case then, whoops, my bad. It's like catapults and ballista. And they shoot horizontally. So, like, the best way to fight a fire creature is from below, because smoke go up, so, and they can't burn things that are above them. Here, you want to know the issue with that, Vuckruck? Is I have to memorialize them after they die. Because all of the dwarven zombies are, like, not dead yet, which is really weird. So I have to memorialize them once they're dead. So if I burn them all, I have to then go through and memorialize every single one of them. Is it a refuse item? As in, like, is it a decomposed skeleton? Wizard Birdman. No, if you have a web-forgotten beast, fight him with bolts at a distance. Otherwise, it's still super dangerous. Sure, Vakrock, sure. One by one, throw them into the volcano. Got it. Because if it's a refuse item, it is likely that it's considered outside, or you just have don't haul refuse turned on. Otherwise, check how many jobs you have. If you have too many jobs, they just won't do it. It's outside. So what you need to do is you need to go here, you need to go other, or you need to go to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping, and gather outdoor refuse is off by default. Waiting for those dwarves to get here. Oopsies. Pretty far away. This is such a huge map. Come on, buddy. Dumb injured Titan doesn't want to leave the safety of his home. Well, that's annoying. So I guess what I could do is I could put a pen pasture right here. And put a piglet here. Whenever he starts moving, I get excited. Just follow him. I need to stare at the surface anyway in case zombies get to here. I kind of figured the dwarf popping up initially was enough. But what I can do then is I can then force it around the corner. And then maybe let it up and outside, but we'll see. No, that got fixed. They claimed a pig. Also, claimed a pet goal? No, I just gave a couple... I made a couple pigs available as pets because dwarves were sad. So I was like, anything to make them happy! Literally anything. It's taking a while. This guy's still moving towards us. Nope, is not. Well, I mean, if I have to dig directly underneath the creature, I will. I'd rather not do that. Because that would probably kill a dwarf, right? Motherfucker keeps moving too. All right, the pig is coming. Shinobi's bringing the pig. Problem might be vision. Oh, no, I mean, here's the thing. None of them have vision. And not really, it's more proximity. It's activity in proximity that it can fight. Because if you actually look, no Titans or Forgotten Beasts have vision. Literally all it does is it gives them an accuracy debuff. They can still hear enough to know that there's things there. Jurassic Park vibes, kinda, yeah. It's like The Quiet Place almost. I've never seen that movie, but I've heard good things. Here comes Shinobi. That's kind of fun. It's like a loading bar. Little dwarf is moving to the left, moving to the left, moving to the left. Oh shit. Speaking of sending a lamb, because that's what YouTube chat said, there's a lamb. And a cow. So just to check. I think I just delete this. No! Don't run away, piggy! Grr, that's not really what I wanted to have happen here. Still just a smoke zombie. Okay, so when Dwarf passes this, I'm going to lock it. I'll lock the pig in. Problem is, pig is probably just going to become a zombie. Yeah, looks like it. At least it doesn't consider those to be invaders. Well, that's kind of annoying. Although it would be a good way for us to just get rid of the zombies, so maybe that's what we'll do. Let's just do 25 wooden cage traps. And 25 rock mechanisms. It's kind of anticlimactic, to be honest, because that pig's just gonna die now. And there's just a couple dwarves hanging out here. Because I was really hoping it would attract this, which is really weird, because this guy seems to be either on the same side as them, or it's just like not registering. Which is odd? Because I thought the zombies were not on the same allegiance as those creatures, but perhaps they are. Which in and of itself is pretty strange. I could also try and crush them in here. You know, why don't we do that? Let's just try and crush them in the center row. And just keep them running through, because that'll be quicker and easier to do. We open the door, and we've got some zombies in the fort, and I'm going to just crush them with a drawbridge. This is normally something I wouldn't do, because it's cheesy, but...
Lesson 3 started working again, wanted to drop a sub.
Oh, shit!
Potato.
Potato Godzilla, thank you very much for the 5th month. 3 months in advance. Greatly appreciated, dude. Virtually tethered to their locations? No, because some of them just ran away from those locations. I'm not totally positive, but another thing I could do, and this would be exceptionally dangerous, which means you guys will probably love it. An additional thing I could do is just fucking dig down to the caves here. I mean, what are zombies if not a waste? Also, lava is proper waste disposal. Come on. Actually, could I drop them into lava? Any lava directly beneath this? Some lava right there. Probably could drop them in. No, there's water up there. Could make like a long bridge right there. Make them do that, but that's too much work. It's easier to just crush them. I already have this system set up. It's just a matter of having a door I can lock. Oh, there we go. So let's just give the dwarves absolutely no reason whatsoever to go this way. Okay. And then let's go over this way. And unlock this. Or actually, no, this, not this. And then go over here and unlock this. What's going on? Hey, chat, you want to give him the TLDR? What do I think about the new adventure mode user UI? It's identical to the old one. Literally, the entire layout is the same. They're just in windows instead of full screens. So it's not really new. Exactly. At least we have premium now? I mean, still got a long ways to go. It's not there yet, but it's getting there slowly. I won't deny that it's getting there, though. Piggy running home. Grr. What's been going on with me? If you want to not neglect my channel, not that, I mean, you're totally within your rights to. That's okay. You're allowed to. But if you want to still kind of keep up with what I'm doing, I recommend following my blog. My blog is a just type an exclamation point blog in the chat. It's a way that you can get a weekly newsletter from me with a list of things that I've done. So, Darius, we need to talk. Where you're going, bad. I do not want you going here Unless you need to. Which leads me to wonder. Are you in the military? Yes, you are. Get the... Actually, here's the thing I can do. Forbid everything on the surface. All right. What in the world could you possibly be hauling? All right. Fine, we'll do it this way. Get out of the military. Why are you still walking in this way? You're gonna fucking die if you do. Yeah. Angel agreed. Thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? Chat room, can I get a round of beer for the raiders? What the fuck are you hauling, man? So it is refuse of some sort. Oh my god. Huh. Did you guys know that that was an option? Could remove the current worker from task? I didn't know that, but that was even a button. Well, I just learned something. All right, Darius, go home. Please. So I'm getting some pretty extreme lag right now. I need to find out what's causing it. Ah! Well, that sucks. And also explains it. There's 416 Batmen. All right, well, to hell with this surface problem. They're not pathing anyway. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this trapdoor, okay? We're going to go down into the basement, and I'm going to build something. Specifically, I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to say, well, let's just do this. Iron cork. Iron pipe. One of each. Then what I'm going to do... maybe not right there. Might actually go via this one. It's pretty high up there. But I could go via this one. Basically what I need is I need a canal. I don't even... yeah, I should probably build a pump. You were 800 recently, lag your fort down? Oh yeah, no, I believe it. I believe it. I've seen stuff like that too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. Probably actually to right there. And then go one up right there. And then right next to it, or maybe not quite right next to it, but at the end here, we're going to have stairs going down. Yeah, but that's no fun. I'm already, like, kind of iffy about squishing zombies. That's no fun. I can do better than that. So I'm gonna do better than that. Which is pretty easy to do. Assuming I don't hit an aquifer, which will foil this whole plan. Well, maybe not all of it, but a good chunk of it. I don't think I will, though. I think I'm outside of it. Vaguely looks like I'm outside it. I don't mind a little bit of lag here and there, as long as I can find a permanent solution for it. But in order for me to be able to find a permanent solution for it, I have to, you know, build a solution. So let's go up here, down into there, and do this. I don't need that many. Let's just do 2. 2 will be plenty. All right, so we can call this the entryway into the fort, right here. Although, ooh, actually, let's do this instead. It's gonna cause a lot of lag, though. Am I really willing to commit to doing this? Am I really willing to commit to doing this? I mean, yeah, I guess. Okay, so we'll go up here, build a wall around this thing, and basically put a drawbridge up here so that they'll hit here, they'll walk in, and get rid of all this nonsense, because I don't need that. Although, nah, I'm gonna do this the faster way, more efficient way. We'll do this the slightly more efficient way. Not the least efficient way possible. So it's gonna go down to here. And then I'm just going to channel this down once they're done digging it out, basically. And I'm just going to make it drop down 2 levels. And then, I was gonna say just drain out into here, but that might not actually be an infinite drain. Drain out somewhere into the caverns. Or I could just pump it out. That could be even better. Just like increase the numbers to 2. Make 2 pumps. Drain it down, pump it out, and then drop them again. I mean, I want something that's, like, kind of dramatic. I don't like making things that aren't dramatic, so if I'm going to, like, build a death machine, I'm going to build a cool-looking death machine, you know? And that's kind of, I guess, part of the sickness that I have with this game. I need things to look awesome and fantastical, regardless of how impractical they are. So let's hop to it. And like Chad said, let him cook. So we're going to cook the Batman. It's simple. Or the Batmen, I suppose. It's simple. We cook the Batman. That or just burn him. I think this section may be more of a burning than a cooking, but just gotta say cook because of the, you know, the words the kids likes. The real issue here is I'm not gonna be able to see them. So I'm gonna have to put traps in and hope that they get caught in them, basically. Also, we're gonna have the exact same problem with this as we've had with the surface, where not all of them are gonna path. So I'm gonna need quite a bit of bait, is the problem. Penguin up on the top side, Joker in the basement. Yeah, this is just becoming a giant Batman reference, isn't it? Seems like a pretty good area to vent it into. That or I could just vent it into a big old square. It's probably actually not the worst idea. Fortify the walls, let it just seep out. We'll do one right there. One right here. And one right here. Then I just need some way of spotting them without, like, killing the thing that's spotting them. All right. Now it's time to appoint some extra miners. Anybody who's seen a pick before, grab a pick. It's time for some fresh skills. I posted a picture of my first large tomato I harvested on Discord. And I think some other pictures. But they're growing. They're looking tomato-y, which is good. Did I? Yes, I did. If you look at the Discord, you'll see a bunch of photos. Notably. Yeah, see. Photos. They're in the planting and farming room. But they're doing well. They're doing well. Almost every day I look, I got a couple more. Sketch being narrated by Sir David Attenborough. Let the man retire. I love Sir David Attenborough, but that dude's got to retire at some point. This is just going to fill up with lava. Which, you know, I don't exactly see that as a problem, but... You still just have little green ones? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, I started my tomatoes stupidly early, so if you bought them from the store, who knows? Really? So, something else I'm going to do. What's the priority on this? I'm going to do a priority number 3. We're going to send a dwarf over to this side to go dig, to hopefully spot any critters. We need more scouts now, basically. Yeah, this season was real bad for tomatoes in general, though. Store item in stockpile. Okay, let's do iron pick, and we'll do 5. I have to be very careful with the number of picks I make. Oh, am I just straight up out of iron? Is that the problem? Is it all steel? Oh. I guess we're out of iron. It's pig iron and steel. Well, I'll melt a bunch of these down. Swap them out for steel. For some reason, I thought I had more. Make 2 of each of those. Can I make pig iron picks? I don't think I can. Yeah, no, I basically can't make anything out of pig iron. It's better than... cave fungus works for farming, yes. It also naturally grows stuff that dwarves can eat. I can tell you for a fact it's not Cavern level 1v, because I've fought them on Cavern level 2. Cavern level 1 has amphibian people. Trust me, I know what I'm doing, and I know where they are. Don't worry about this. And also, them flying is not an issue here. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think it could work. Alright, so let's go into here and then scroll down. I, for some reason, thought I still had iron bars left. Which is distressing. But... curious about how much I get per grieve. I heard someone say they completely hollow out an entire layer of loam clay to punch into a cavern and then immediately seal and then use the whole Z level of this artificial cavern. Okay. I mean, sure. I don't, Hyper. Or are you saying how hard is it to? I mean, it depends on what animals you have in the map. Not everything is trainable for war. Very few things are. But, I don't know. I think some people just... I'll tell you this. I don't recommend using war animals unless you just want them for adventure mode. I kind of recommend against it. Unless it's like grizzly bears or something, which then it's usually easier to just steal them or buy them from the elves. So usually when I want to do stuff like that, I don't train them. I just buy them from the humans or the elves or steal them from the goblins. Like, I don't train animals. It's pretty tedious and slow, and it's very dependent on the type of spawn you get and things that are around where you happen to be. So, yeah, it's not really something I do. So how hard is it? I don't know. As hard as you want it to be, mostly. Well, I mean, generally it's like if you want to use war animals, you do the thing that a lot of people for some reason are allergic to, which is you trade with the elves. That's how you get good war animals, guys. I hate to break it to you. You trade with the elves. It's literally the best way to do it. Well, if you're, like, racist in a roleplay sense against elves in my chat, I count that as normal racism in my chat, so... Don't be weird, chat. Otherwise, I'll get weird, and you won't like me when I'm weird. Well, then you got a really crappy world, because that's literally impossible. I like adversaries and villains in video games. I don't understand the hatred towards elves. I think they are possibly one of the most compelling factions in the game. Yeah, it's really easy to not go to war with elves once you know what you're doing. Besides, you could be at war with every elven faction and not all the elves will hate you. There are plenty of elves that are not part of the elven factions. Let's check this side and see. Buddy, what is wrong with you? So I go over here and open this. Whew. Pushing that button causes a fuckload of lag. It's funny. It's probably because something just started pathing. It's interesting because they're not. Odd. Got giant leopard from the elves on your last fort, and giant grizzlies and super powerful for raiding. Yeah, no, they're great raiding. Giant grizzlies. Grizzlies, I think, are like my only... Well, grizzlies and I guess like cave dragons are the only real war creatures I use. Purely because you can just like, for lack of a better term... How do I word this? Purely because they don't need to graze. So you can just like place a bunch of them in a place and just be like, good luck. Or when you send them off, you don't need to like unassign them from their grazing. It's like, everybody talks about war elephants being great, and I'm like, I don't want to manage that. That's too much micro for me. Okay, so pen pasture. I'm not going to bring that chicken because that's somebody's pet. So instead, we'll bring a piglet. Hey, chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. And the game decided to save right as I was clicking a thing. God damn it. Usually just create a pasture in an entrance area and then assign the war animals there. Sure. But sometimes you want to send your war animals off to war. What are the tickets? Doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. You'll figure it out. And if you don't, that's fine too. But some people do. And some people care. The current fort finally got cave dragons from goblins raids. They're super neat. Yeah, they're just big bears, basically. Here, I'll give you every single command you need to do the tickets thing. If you can figure it out from that, congratulations, you're a computer genius. If you can't help you. I wouldn't put anything that I say on a resume. Actually, you know what? Let's currently just pop these in case there's something scary on the other side of that wall. Also, hello, Rolf. How are you? Hope your day is going well. Kind of jealous. A bunch of my friends got front page Twitch time, and I didn't. Twitch put out these things where you could apply for front page time on Twitch. Just about everybody that I know that applied got it, and I didn't. You abandoned your last fort because all the traders, elves, and humans and dwarves brought nothing but food. That's weird. I wonder what's causing that. Seems like a really strange effect. Couldn't remember if I locked that gate or not. Oh, I mean, it's just the animals attack you on Untamed Wilds, but that's not related to the elves, though. That's just Untamed Wilds. The elves attacking you is just, yeah, that's part of it. They do that. I think they're a bit of a headache, Tapioca, because they're just kind of unrelenting and they don't stop. It's like Mark's Dwarf practice is something that's like comes in fits and starts, whereas annoying is nonstop, forever, have fun, Lamau. And to me, Untamed Wilds is more the latter. Time to relax now. There you go. Enjoy your relaxation station. Vacation. Meditation. I don't know where I'm going with this. So the real question for me is where the fuck are they? Because they'd be exposed here. You can see them. Same reason I don't like the cavern creatures is because they're unrelenting and they don't stop and there's no real logic behind them. I'd like them if they had limited numbers or actual scheduled sieges or, you know, something. If they actually felt like a new vile force of darkness, which they kind of don't. Oh, I need to make steel picks, right. And then let's go up to here. And then go... Oh, we already queued up... okay, sweet. They completed the other stuff. That's good. Oh, I know what they are. Dilfo, I have a question. Did you play Dwarf Fortress before they were added to the game? Because Premium was the first time they were added to the game, right? Before, what would happen is you'd go down to the caverns, and there'd occasionally be clusters of them. They would be a small threat, and they'd be fun to fight. And when you killed them, they were generally just gone. Sometimes you'd have little groups of them that would wander through. But having so many of a thing on a map that your game doesn't run anymore isn't good game design. And I shouldn't need to explain that to you. It's really bad game design. It just feels bad, it plays bad, it looks bad. I'm totally okay with them existing. I've got no issues with them being a mechanic in the video game. The problem that I have with them is they're not a good mechanic in the video game. I want good mechanics in the video game that are fun to interact with and explore and mess around with. I don't want mechanics in the video game that make people too scared to go into the caves, because the caves are some of the coolest shit in the game, right? So if you've added a mechanic that makes people not want to participate in a chunk of the game because it's too hard, too scary, too busted, you've broken your game and need to fix it. And that's how I feel about the Cavern Dwellers. Like, imagination / lore-wise, they're awesome. We've been wishing that for decades, Fraga. They come in droves. I mean, I know how to nerf them. I just didn't want to do it for this fort because it didn't feel like it was in spirit of the fort. And I was just kind of hoping they wouldn't lag my game, but here they are. I wonder if anybody's started digging this stuff yet. Oh, no, they haven't. That's kind of funny. So I could do this first. Although the thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make a reservoir. So I'm actually just going to channel up in here. Because in order for this to work, I'm gonna need a wada wava. A wada wada wava. Still gonna need to also coax them in some way. Where exactly, I'm not sure. I think what I'm going to do here is go down, down, and down, down. Once we go down, we'll cut down through here as well. And this can be the entryway, or one of entryways. Yes, but I maintain the problem isn't the cave dwellers. The problem is the numbers that they come in. If you want to send them in really large numbers, they should show up as part of regular sieges of some sort. Because then the player has a chance to prepare. Basically, I don't like unwinnable threats that break games. And right now, Dwarf Fortress has like 3 of them. So, you know, like I'm not, I guess I'm just not totally sure why you're just like saying, oh, they're good because it's like, okay, no, I agree. They're cool. Yes, they can have cool effects. They are a bad mechanic. They can lag your game into oblivion. Okay. They make it impossible to fight Forgotten Beasts when they're lagging your game into oblivion. So suddenly a big threat that's super cool and fun to fight, gone. They replace that threat with a cool threat with a threat that doesn't matter. And every map has a limited number of creatures that can be on the map. Okay. So the way it works is things migrate onto the map. Okay, over time. You can have 3 groups of different kinds of creatures at a time. What do the cavern dwellers do? They show up with mounts. So you hit the invisible unit cap of different types of creatures that can be on the map, and then the others can't appear. Meaning, you can't get cave crawlers. Meaning, you can't get you can't get jabberers. You don't get cave dragons. You don't get trolls. You don't get giant olms. You just get the cavern dwellers and the mounts. So it makes the caverns impossible for new players, too terrifying for many players, annoying for other players, lags the fuck out of your game, and makes it impossible to tame the cool creatures that live in the basement if you want to, which is a goal that many players go out with. So in my opinion, they break the game in several ways, make the game less fun, and all they really add to it is some like theoretical lore, which is cool. I like theoretical lore. Theoretical lore is good. We should have more of that. But it shouldn't break the game in multiple ways. And if you disagree, I mean, okay, but like, I don't really know what else to tell you at that point. If you think it's a totally fine mechanic, I mean, all right, but it's not the way I feel. So, oh, that's floors, not walls. Yes, you can tame cave spiders. Anything that shows up as a wild animal, you can tame. Like, I prefer the caverns being these weird, eerie, empty things that occasionally big, scary monsters, i.e. jabberers, show up in. But now I run into players all the time who've never seen a jabberer. You know? I want to run into cave dragons. You know? I want to see those threats. And if those threats are unfindable because there's fishmen everywhere, that's just annoying. I need to follow some of the dwarves while I'm working on this. So let's let's just zoom out and get like a bird's eye view of this construction for a little bit. And then I'll follow somebody. I mean, generally when people say cave spiders, they don't mean cave spiders, they mean giant cave spiders. At least that's what I always presume people mean. That's usually what they're talking about. Hello, Celestars. Don't scream too loudly, you'll wake the neighbors. Or the lurkers, for that matter. Also, Tom T in YouTube chat. Hello, I hope you're doing all right. And Blake as well. This looks like a weird murder snake. To me, GCS will always look like someone is mistypoing the acronym for continuous glucose monitor. Snake, snake! Yeah, pretty much. No one, that's who, yeah, because they stealth. They're invisible, son! Turned out to be a werepanda. Oh no, it's like a Disney movie. So you got alert that the 3 dwarves had instantly died? Oh no. Well, at least they're dead. You don't have to worry about them becoming a werepanda. The dwarves, I mean, the elf's still alive probably, right? Also, I have to say this. To the person who followed me 6 minutes ago, your name's really nice. Drainage V is what those holes are meant for. It's been a while since I built something like this. It's kind of nostalgic almost. I'm also going to have to redo almost all of my burrows for this, but it's okay. It won't be so bad. No, because I can tell you why that wouldn't work. Because stuff that boils evaporates extremely fast and doesn't become a liquid. So it doesn't become like a depth-based liquid like lava does. It just kind of becomes like blood and it evaporates almost immediately. So while sure, not very effective. Also, I've seen boiling metals around dwarves while they're fighting, and they don't seem to mind that much. Gunshot win, fair enough, yeah. How's the fortress? It's pretty good. Kind of laggy because there's too many Batmans in the basement, so we're trying to burn the Batmans. Caught in a burst of boiling copper. Yeah! It's annoying. Anyway. It's pretty much about all they think about it. Oh, outside of the... I thought you were asking if there's problems outside. I mean, outside real dangerous, if that's what you're asking, but... any problems outside of the total lack of peoples? Oh, shit, a Forgotten Beast. It's the first one. Not really. I mean, moods are kind of topsy-turvy, and I need to fix this dwarf again. Forgotten Beast Enna has come. A great bunting with lidless eyes. It has a knobby shell and a gaunt appearance. Its Carillion feathers are long and narrow. Beware its deadly spit. Hasn't killed any Batman. I grabbed this squad and set them to no orders so they put their gear on. So this is on the upper levels, actually. Never mind. Don't need to tell them to put their gear on. They can take their gear back off. I don't think it can get into the fort, but I will follow it regardless. That's scary. I mean, it's not that scary, but it's also not scary, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, it could fly in through my well. That's about it, though. So I could actually just... Yeah, it could get in. I'm just gonna keep an eye on it. Wait, where's this Batman blowgunner? So there's a Batterman right there in relation to the other one. kind of wanted to just go to the surface. Wait, what? It's like I thought I was following it. Can he climb through a well? Any creature that can fly up through a well, yes. Although, to be honest, I just kind of want to release it onto the surface. You know, that's what I should do. That is what I should do. I should just make the surface fight the caverns with a lockable door. We need the beast to be a zombie bird. I mean, I need a snack. I don't know about this beast, though. Assuming it makes it. Shoutouts to the zombie bunny. Oh, I got no issues. Zombie dwellers can't get in. Don't worry. I'm more concerned with this beast killing my dwarves. All right, let's see who's going up to dig. All right, chat, I'm gonna take a huge risk. You guys wanna see a huge risk? I'm gonna go get my sandwich. You guys can watch this. Let me know if anything bad happens, okay? Just shout real loud.
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich!
Nobody dead? Well, that's good. No new migrants as well, I presume? Yep. Well, that's sad. All right, well, they started digging. Here going to die. Are you now? Let's see, is the beast on the screen? No, it is not. Here. The other thing I can do is go right here. Pasture a puppy dog or something right there. Okay, who is doing the dig dugs? Ah, so I'm presuming all of this is outside of the burrow. Yes. Fortunately, they dug up most of it. So this area up here, these corridors look endless. They're real big. They're not quite confusing me yet, though, so they can't be that bad. You know that corridors are bad when the person who built them start getting confused? I'm not at that point with this one yet, but we'll get there eventually. I've definitely been there before. I want to say it was Waterlungs. I had a fortress once that had just like this network of minecart routes going up and around and above it. Let's follow Darius for a bit. That were just going up and around and above it. And that one got confusing for me to look at after a bit. I was like, I don't know what does anything here. No, that's going to be a burning spot. You managed to compose a poem as for that abominable smoke zombie. That was very, very bad. Excellent. I'm very proud of you. How are the combat icons, by the way? I think it goes back to that. And I also think it goes back to just simply people believe that all dwarves hate elves for some silly reason or another. It's just like player prejudice for any kind of fantasy game. It's a fantasy trope. So that's a large part of it. The players of Dwarf Fortress follow fantasy tropes, for better or for worse. And some fantasy tropes suck, and that's one of them. I should play an elf adventure for the update. I don't see why not. Budget dwarves. Well, I mean, they just grow hair on their feet instead of their faces, right? I mean, Tapioca, I just don't tell. Here's the thing. And here's how this chat works for anybody's confusion here. Remember, this chat doesn't allow racism or bigotry of any kind. This includes towards fantasy creatures because it's often a dog whistle. So, enjoy having adversaries in video games. Totally fine. Just don't make it weird. It's that simple. Seems like a pretty simple concept to me. Oh, really? Something hit something so hard it died. What did it collide with? A wall? What's today's sandwich? Beet leaves, lettuce, cheese, and a very, very small, thin slice of steak. I bought a $5, like, marinating steak and made sandwiches out of it. Tomorrow and the day after sandwiches are identical because I'm going to eat the same sandwich 3 days in a row. Okay, let's jump up to here. Smooth. While Salva's digging through here. Salva really wants to practice a craft. Interesting. I don't think I've seen anybody being restless after not being able to make a craft for so long in a long time. Let's just grab this. Assign it to Salva. And just say, I don't know. Nope. I like how it says assemble bot. I guess we have a, like, item in this world called a bot, which is really funny because I wonder if anybody's gotten that before and thought that it meant, like, a robot. Because that's funny. Assemble bot. I mean, wind instrument it would have to be, wouldn't it? It's technically 4 because I had the same one yesterday. Don't bop the bot. I'm sure it's a wonderful instrument. I mean, hold on. See? Bot. Assemble bot. It requires a bot bellows, a bot bag, a bot drone pipes, and a bot melody pipe. I guess it's a bagpipe, basically. A bot bag, bot bellows. It's probably a bagpipe. Unless proven otherwise or informed otherwise, I will presume it is a bag. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing this, I think I'll just put some stonefall traps into this. Build 6 of them. Why? What happens when I build 6 of them? I'm sure I'm missing some sort of reference here. Oopsies. Lost it. Where was it? There was it. Okay, so you get connected to that, get connected to that, get connected to that, connected to that, connected to that. You know what I'm really looking forward to right now? I'm really looking forward to editing up the first chunk of this and sending it off to my feedback crew and just being like, this is the thing that I've been talking about when I say what I want the thing to look like. Because recently, we have a private feedback group where a small portion of my long-term subscribers give me like feedback on videos and such. And it's been quite useful, but like, I've been trying to explain what I want the videos that I'm gonna make out of these forts to look like. And it's kind of hard to do. And I can't wait to just edit the first like 30 minutes or like 10 minutes of this together and just be like, this is what I want it to look like. Bots for dwarfs. Okay. Got it. What's that? I don't know what Ulnin pipes is. Let's also follow this. Okay. I'm just going to pause this here so it doesn't go all the way down. It's highly likely it's going to hit an aquifer, though, which is... It's okay if it hits an aquifer, but I'd rather it doesn't. Was there something on the corner there? Apparently I'm out of doors. Well, that's easy. Rock door. Let's make them lava-resistant doors, not dwarves. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I didn't realize there was multiple types of bagpipes. Also, in other news, where'd that other zombie go? Oh, it backed up. Well, that's exciting. Let's try unlocking this again. I'm just curious if they start pathing towards us. Because since there is dwarves down there right now. If only there was a way to make dwarves lava-proof. But there really isn't. But, I don't know. I mean, technically there's things you can put them in that'll make them lava-proof, but... Yeah, no, there really isn't a way to make them lava-proof. I'd say fortunately, but I don't know if that's really fortunate. I dig through this just to speed up this process. Okay, well, most of the dwarves are digging down here right now, which is fine. So I can just go along here and just smooth all this. Maybe not all of it, just the walls. I forget floors can be smooth sometimes, I'm sorry. And let's just get rid of all this, get rid of all that, get rid of all that. And then this area over here will just fill up, so... Well, no, it'll eventually spill over there, but this will fill up, which is not a problem. I'm really curious to see what those potions end up looking like. I want to know if it's something that we, like, the musical instruments where we need to do it, or if it's something else where we don't. Because if it is something we need to do, like, I'll be really curious to see how many people actually, like, if I wonder if it'll just become like soap, where, like, yeah, they're, in theory, stupidly useful, but nobody uses them. Because Mel Gibson hates the sound of bagpipes. Huh. Okay. You know, fun fact, I've never seen Braveheart. At least not in its entirety. I've seen like the first 25 minutes of it like 4 or 5 times. Because it was one of those movies that was often on TV. And I would see it on TV when I'd go over to my grandma's house. But that was like the extent of my experience with the movie Braveheart. Potion of melting, 0 negative reviews. Well, I think that's called lava. We have that already, right? Also, hey chat, you guys want to go help boost a YouTube short? Go up, like, leave a like on this and maybe a comment. I don't know if it'll do anything. It probably won't, but it'd be cool if it did. Can hear me say something really strange on repeat for a minute. Does grown wood furniture rot/decay? All wooden furniture rots and decays. It just takes literal hundreds of years. So odds are pretty good you'll never actually... how do I put this? Odds are pretty good you'll never actually see it, because it takes about 400 years for it to decay to the point where it doesn't exist anymore. All right, let's go right here. I mean, most of that era of Hollywood wasn't. Most of that era of Hollywood wasn't very historically accurate when they made period piece films. We've gotten a lot better about that stuff over the years. Okay, let's go back up to here. Man, they are taking their sweet-ass time with this. His arm was in this tree. That seems like a really scarring field trip. but also maybe fun? I don't know. I want to acquire something. What an interesting dwarf. Do you need clothing? Shoes. Waco it is. I wonder. Oh, process plants is on pause. That would be the problem for that. I was wondering what was up with the lack of cloth. Makes sense now. Out of shower, still taking calls. Like, what the fuck? Why'd they why'd my boss let me take the day off? Take the day off. Why'd my boss take the... Wait, so hold on. Why are they calling you while you're in the shower and your boss took the day off? It sounds like you're the one with the day off here. Something done and kaput. Let's go grab this lever. Because it's getting linked to all of the Dolomite bridges. I'll go kerplunk. So now we'll find out if there's a bunch of bat people on the other side of this wall. We'll also smooth some of this so we can find out if there's bat people on the other side of that wall. And while we're at it, why don't we smooth some of this and find out if there's bat people on this side of the wall. I guess not. Would have seen them by now. Although I'm slightly concerned about dumping... Man, I really just want to drop a giant piston into here, but this fucking lake is in the way. This goddamn lake wasn't here. Well, actually, depending on how big the lake is, maybe I could pump it out. Yeah, I'm making a trap corridor. I'm making basically a lava toilet. Ooh. Shinobi is making an artifact. And now is one with the Fae. I have a feeling we're going to get another boyer. Kind of amazed by how many boyers are in this. Just into the caverns. It'll bubble up and make chaos, and that'll be fine. Drink the lake. I mean, I could drain the lake off the edge of the map. Incompetently performing the rites of the Chestnut Creed in an undedicated temple. Actually, I should drain the lake. I should. Even though I'm using it as my well, because one, I can get a well in a better spot now. I should just really put a well, like, right here, basically. But the other reason I should do that is because if I drain this lake, I can use it to seal this off. So let's be really smart and use our really big smart brains to seal off a lake and forget about the fact that my refuse pile is also connected to it. That's fine. I don't know if it's, like, you know, gonna just flood endlessly. I have no idea. What's life without a little bit of excitement? Huh. That's real easy to do. I already have a lever here. Yeah, that's like super easy to do. Yeah, that's extremely easy to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here. I'm going to go to priority 1. Right up to there. Channel this out. Dig that there. Seal it off with a brick. And then just drop it. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? The game's already lagging already. Might as well fuck around with physics. Speaking of fucking around with physics, what the heck are my doors up to? Also, is that in the burrow? Is that the problem? Nope, it's in the burrow. Okay, where is everybody? You're over here doing what? Hauling yak leather. Let's follow the strange mood. We can totally find a different location for our trash bin. Require cut gems. Well, that's easy. Please go cut me a gem, dwarfs. What else do you have currently? Oh, wrong. Wrong workshop. 2 pieces of shale, yak leather, and tunnel tube logs. Salva's making practice and is now restless after being unable to fight or practice martial art. Typical dwarf. Typical dwarf nonsense. Also, for reference, chat, plan for tomorrow is some more Norland, because that's the Norland release day. And day after tomorrow is a little bit of adventure mode. Also, Tapioca. I wanted to mention this to you because I thought that you would find this interesting. I have permission to leak this. I don't know if you've heard about this, so maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But Doom the Roguelike is getting an update. Thought we voted for show results. The votes don't matter. You don't actually have rights in my chat. If I'm doing a vote, that's fine. I don't care. I'm just curious to see what other people want to see. I just play what I want to play. Okay, you need more cut gems. It's especially funny to me when people are just like, "Oh, play what you want to play." It's like, yeah, I know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just curious as to what other people's outside opinion is. Yeah, it's just like real life elections. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you're digging this way. I mean, I am actually curious to know what people would like to see. It's just not the biggest priority. Nope, show results is literally just, I don't want to vote, I just want to see what people are voting for. And also, it gets interactions from people who don't normally want to vote, and also doesn't make people just throw away a vote to see the results. So show results is a way for me to see what people want to see without making them actually vote. I kind of thought that was self-explanatory, but... So let's see, is that Forgotten Beast on screen? Because I haven't forgotten about it. Nope. Okay, so it's probably gone off and died somewhere. But anyway, Doom the Roguelike is getting a update and also a Steam release. That's the thing that I'm allowed to leak. Except the Steam release is going to be called Jupiter Hell Classic because, well, they did get sued by ZeniMax. Yeah, Epion's game. Well, not sued by ZeniMax. They got legally threatened by ZeniMax. YouTube vidhead, you super interested? Yeah, well, we played Norland yesterday. Did I see a Forgotten Beast, or am I on something? Nope, I am on something. Okay, so now I'm just going to stare at this to make sure no Forgotten Beasts come flying in. Although I am going to drop down a few layers first with the game paused and build a new well. Because Jupiter Hell is the spiritual successor slash pseudo sequel to Doom the Roguelike. And Doom the Roguelike, the original game, getting an update is really cool because it's getting a functional, human usable UI and modern support for things like, you know, controllers and making the keys key bindable in game instead of having to, you know, do the old school freeware thing. All right, let's see if this destroys the fort. We just now need to wait for a dwarf to come pull this lever. We're gonna drain a cave lake, by the way. Well, actually, hold on. Maybe not just yet. Yeah, okay, we're good. Hey, chat. You guys want to drain a cave lake? You know you play a lot of Dwarf Fortress when you start doing that. I used to do that on, like, RimWorld streams, Dwarf Fortress streams. Oh. Thought that dwarf would be pulling the thing. Arkansas is pulling the lever. Okay, so it is draining. Here comes the water. A little bit at a time. It took my minecart with it. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it did. So now we get to stare at this for a little bit. I mean, you could emulate every single step I just did. Also, it looks like it will actually drain. Yeah, it will. It should. Well, that's kind of awesome. But yeah, the shockwave took my minecart with it, which means there's shockwaves coming up here, which is exceptionally dangerous. Yeah, see? That's kind of terrifying. I wonder if this is... Oh, it's not in a spot where it would actually build up. That's kind of a shame. It's just slowly getting bigger. Well, I mean, it's draining it, actually. Which is kind of bad, actually, because that's draining my forges, but I'm not really using them. Shinobi the Miner has created a Gosmeristam, a shale grate, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor English Inked Moss. Ooh. This is a shale grate. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular shale cabochons and decorated with tunnel tube. This object menaces with spikes of shale, pyrite, and on the item is an image of Aphex phrases, the cave crocodile and Suxul wheel soars the dwarf in yak leather. Suxul wheel soars is striking down Aphex phrases. The artwork relates to the killing of wheel swords with a steel short sword in godly tombs in the early spring of 359. On the item is an image of peaceful curls, the fist of shade, a green glass floodgate in gray chalcedony. Oh, that's pretty. I think that's going on as a doormat for the tavern. There's 3. The thing is, this is a pretty high volcanism world because it's custom world gen, but also, it's 8x8. It's a really large map. So there's like some actually ludicrous amounts of things in this map. Oh, actually, I can't give you a dwarf, I don't think. Do I have any available? No, I have 1. I have 1. There's only 1 miner. Do you want to be Suxul? That's all I got. Can't do anything else. It's the best I can do. Is 1 miner. Just a robotic cow. Is the owner of a lovely boar. She is very slow to anger and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since she values friendship. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she rarely feels discouraged. She tends to think before acting, and she scratches her nose when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. She likes schist, silver, and ruby crystal, and cougar leather, and giant snapping turtle shell. The color pink quivers in figurines and the words of the amethyst berry, and when possible, she prefers to consume herring, llama cheese, and bayberry wine, and giant tapir's milk, and kumquats, and absolutely hates leeches. She hates them. She's content after putting on a well-crafted item, though. This is Fortnite. Yes, of course this is Fortnite. Can't you see? We're doing all of the building, and careful, the circle's closing in. Rallies, what's up? It's good to see you. What's up, Red Lanterns? Is this not the dwarf from that art piece? Well, hold on. Yep. Yes, it is. This is the dwarf that was represented in the Great. That's kind of awesome. No, from the Shale Grate. It wasn't a bracelet, it was a grate. Also, Rallies, what's up? No, of course. Of course you are. You know, Rallies, I don't know if I've ever told you this. You type like a clickbait article. You do this a lot. You'll pop it, you'll be like, hello, I just did a thing, and you won't guess what happened. Like, I just got a new laptop, and I've immediately done things that my friends think are stupid to do to it. Or that my friends think are stupid to it. I've already done things that my friends think are stupid to it. Yeah, anyway, weird writing, but you know what I mean. Like, does that not read like that? Why not? Am I the only? I can't be the only person who thinks this. Also, investments are open if people give a shit. You're building a war elephant army. Well, good luck, my friend. Godspeed to the growth of those things. I mean, there was one time, Rylise, that I will never forget, where you tuned in and you were like, you'll never guess what I did with a vibrator today. And I was like, what? It was something about, like, DEF CON and programming vibrators to play music or something. That's what I said, Wizard. Yeah, don't worry, he'll tell the story again, I'm sure. I'm just spitting facts, man. Oh. Well, that's annoying. Anyway, hi, Rylise, how are you? Sorry to just out you on many levels. You won't see a word of disagreement. I never said that you were disagreeing. I just said sorry to out you. That's all. Ay, ay, ay. Why does this have to be so inconvenient? You know what? Actually, how about this? The impressive thing about this is it's actually draining it slowly. So that's just going to kind of keep happening for a while. Here's a thought. How about instead of me doing all of this nonsense from here, why don't I do this the significantly easier way and just go from over here? Like, I have this area that's way closer and more convenient and would theoretically be way easier to do this. Why don't I just do it here? What the fuck's wrong with me? Me overthinking all of this stuff. The rumbles in the deep of the great eruptions that we've caused. So you downloaded more RAM. Yeah, I also think that's pretty stupid. No one should ever download more RAM. That website is a scam after all. And lots of stickers. Okay, and Gen 2. I mean, that seems fine. I don't see anything. I don't see anything wrong with any of these things that you're doing. All of this seems fine. Okay. And I need to make rock mechanisms out of dolomite. But I am doing dwarven engineering. This is what's happening. As for why this is happening, I don't know. I just kind of felt like it. I just noticed an opportunity to drop a bunch of water into a volcano spout and was like, you know what, why not? That seems like fun. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, okay. Yeah, it's, there's patch notes in the Steam thing. It added combat indicators for adventure mode, and it added combat indicators for adventure mode, and it added what's it called? A lot of like UI quality of life stuff. So you can now just the lava bubbling back up is funny too. So you can now see if you're over encumbered or not by looking at the inventory. You can see if you, yeah, you can see your encumbrance. You can see various things. I realize that's not very descriptive, but I'm also like kind of stuck in this right now, and also realizing that I need to fix this. You can tell if you're over encumbered now. You can see combat directions. Some bugs are fixed. Probably other things. I need to open up the patch notes again and look. Oh, also, you can compose songs and write poems and write books now. Well, okay, so it could actually stack from the bottom. It could stack from down here. The problem is it's getting destroyed on the way down, because it could stack off of this, I think. I know it could stack off of this stuff if it was on top of that stuff, but I'm pretty sure it can stack off of the semi-molten rock, but maybe it can't. It's just there's lava above it, so it gets destroyed on the way down. I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, they've made it quite a bit more accessible. I mean, it's still not perfect. It's still obtuse as all hell, but yeah, it's approachable now. I don't know if I would go so far as to say it's like a casual game or anything, but yes, it is quite accessible these days. If you're used to playing like harder, more in-depth strategy games, it's certainly accessible, yeah. Okay, do you have stuff in it? Yes, you do. Let's just go up right here. if you're not adverse to reading a wiki or watching all of my tutorials in order. 15 times each, please. And smack that like button. But no, jokes aside, yeah, it's not too bad. I think it gets destroyed when caving into the semi-molten rock, but good question. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen stuff stack on semi-molten rock before. I think the other issue is that, like, it's refilling too quickly as well. Because it is actually draining the lava, which is kind of funny. Even though the lava is filling, it's draining it faster than it can fill. Which is particularly interesting, actually. But what it'll make it real easy for me to do, actually, is carve out a chunk here and then cave more in. Because wouldn't it be cool to just, like, you know, be able to look all the way down to the lava from up here? What could possibly go wrong? Aside from, you know, the fire and fury of hell getting in. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted. This is what I want. There's something funny about this. It's genuinely funny. Although, before I do that, I'll probably go down here. You know, I'm just gonna actually leave this pause for a little bit still, because we have a bunch of other digging that we're doing. Let's get all that stuff done before I do dumb shenanigans. I've done enough dumb shenanigans to just slow the game down. Such as this. That's a pretty dumb shenanigan. And it's gonna take a while to drain. Also, I'm pretty sure that the landlords of this area are just the, you know, cavern critters. Pretty sure that's literally what they are. Also, I just realized something I screwed up. Yep, I made lava-safe bridges that don't have lava-safe mechanisms in them. Welp. I done fucked up. That's silly of me. I do actually wonder how much water is up in here. Because I know that this is all aquifer. This doesn't necessarily seem to be, though. It's, the spring soundtrack, so it plays in the spring usually if there's nothing else for it to play. I think. Yeah. It's the spring soundtrack. Or it's one of the ones that can play in spring. Houston, we have a problem. We are missing a dwarf. Population just dropped. Shit. Well, It's not those. Crap. There's nothing in the corpse stockpile. I've already looked. It may have been a shockwave murder from this. Yeah, it's too soon to know, I guess. Crap. Because it could have been this. But they would have had no reason to go there. I guess I'll just lock this door. But they would have had no reason to go here. So I don't know why they would have gone and stood there. It's not that. Yeah, I don't know. Guess we'll wait until they appear missing. Children are okay, so children can only play in an area where they just completed a job, and they're not allowed to haul stuff. In fact, they don't do chores, so they're just hanging around the meeting zones. So it shouldn't have been a child playing. That'd be mighty strange. I'm sure we'll get the notification soon, but I'll have to be staring at this to find out who it was. Oh. Well, it was UGDPY. So it was. You know what it might have been? I had them constructing up here to fix this. I think it was that. Literally just looking at a dwarf's description, because everybody knew everybody, right? He was a friend. So because of that, I know that he's dead because he was alive not long ago. So rest in peace, UGDPY, dying to my dumb science experiments. He may have already... yep, he's been missing for a week. Rest in peace, you poor dwarf. Chat, can I get a big round of Fs?
Bring out your dead!
I think I'm just going to wall this area off. That's what we'll do. And I'm also going to wall this off. And then dig through here in case they need to get in there. And you over here are not connected to anything. So I need to go up to here, and I need to go to mechanisms. Everything but Dolomite, basically. Needs to be forbidden. Can unforbid you. Link to this. The other thing I need to do is I need to go down to this. Deconstruct. 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 Guess what? Deconstruct, and finally deconstruct, because I need to swap all of those out with ones that, you know, are powered. And then also I'm going to jump... Well, actually, let's cancel this. I'm going to jump up to here real quick and set this to be deconstructed, unforbid all of these. And then go back down there to just do that, because I wanted to just know which one was that, and then you can also be deconstructed. All right. UGDPY died. Got sucked into the draining volcano. Is unfortunately what happened. It's a damn shame, I say. Fell in through here. I didn't think that the shockwaves would hit that high, but they did, and it pulled him down. And he fell. I mean, to be fair, that is kind of a lot of pretty constant shockwaves. Like, kind of a lot. Imagine what it sounds like. Drums, drums, drums in the deep. Probably just dwarven engineering is what it sounds like. Looks like we're making cloth trousers again, which is good. And we'll go across here. With shale as well. And then, I think what I'll need to do is this. And just build a nice big reservoir, and then I can just power it from here. It'll be fine. It will be fine. Block off that zone is super dangerous. No, I just kind of figured it wouldn't be so bad, but this area is now closed off and game's lagging. Or not lagging, but saving. I'm not mad at it. I'm just kind of... I should have known that would happen, you know? Because I did give that order for them to go put it away. Which, you know, they just didn't. They just didn't. According to YouTube chat, the elves showed up with a unicorn. Oh, really? Yeah, you'll see them if you settle in a lot of Joyous Wilds locations. I'm sure you'll make it through, Bastet. I'm sure you will. Positive you will. It's going. That's most I can say. Is that it is, in fact, certainly going. How are you doing, Stonecoat? Ahem, game. Dolomite mechanisms. Connect to this, please. Nope, that's bad. Not the way I should do this. As annoying as it is, gotta do it this way. Well, then I think you've got one person to blame, and it's yourself. Seems like the truth to me. What is top 3 frustrating things you feel from how games is done? I don't understand the question. Top 3 frustrating things I feel the games is done. Chat, can you translate into human, please? Oy vey. Then why are you complaining to me about it, Basta? You know you're not going to get sympathy from me. Well, they do mean top 3 things that annoy you about video games, I suppose. I mean, I don't play video games that annoy me, so I guess I kind of don't qualify for this discussion here, is what I would say. So I feel like in order to qualify for this, I would have to actually play video games with things in them that annoy me, and I don't know, I'm an adult and I don't get annoyed by things very easily. That's pretty much it. I mean, for this game, I don't really want to answer that question because it doesn't really benefit anybody. For games in general, I just choose not to play things that annoy me. And I get by. I guess it's just an odd question. Also, I don't really like doing top 3 things. It's like, well, I mean, if you live your life that way, okay. I don't. I guess I need to have a little bit more reason behind that question before I would even consider answering it. People have gotten so used to clickbait titles that they speak in them now. Okay, I will place UGDPY's memorial, and this person's here. I'm not even sure who that is. And I'm laughing at it because you chose to eat food from my old workplace. You should have known it would happen. I have zero sympathy for people who eat in places that just routinely make their gut hurt and then complain that their gut hurts. Unless you have other reasons, in which case then I'll sympathize. But if it's just, oh no, I ate shitty food and now I feel like shit. Well, self-fulfilling prophecy, as they say.